Good evening. Welcome to the May 19, 2026 Select Board meeting. My name is Lisa Green. I'm the Town Administrator. I will be chairing the meeting until we have all of our members present so that they can reorganize. This meeting is being recorded by Whitman Hanson Community Access. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I ask if one of our board members would like to volunteer to read the announcements? If not, I can do that.
Oh, I think Mr. Hill just raised his hand.
Mr. Hill, can I saw it. Would you like to read the announcements for us?
Sure. Just give me one moment to figure out which day we're on. We are looking for citizens at large to become members of the following committees: the Bylaw Committee for a 3-year term with 3 openings available out of 5. The Cable and Internet Committee with a 3-year term, 3 openings available out of 5. The Capital Improvement Committee is also a 3-year term with 1 opening available out of 5. The Energy Committee is annual with 2 openings available out of 5. The Historical Commission is a 3-year term with 2 openings available out of 5. The Memorial Day and Patriotic Observance Committee is an annual term with 3 openings available out of 5. The Economic Development Committee is an annual term with 1 opening available out of 5. The High Street Committee is also an annual term with 1 opening available out of 5. And the Zoning Board of Appeals is a 3-year term. We're looking for 1 associate member. Volunteer applications may be found at the town website, www.hanson-mass.gov, or by calling the Select Board's office at 781-293-2131. The Memorial Day Parade, this is a reminder, remember and honor our veterans on Monday, May 25th, 2026, at 9 a.m., starting at Indian Head School. The parade will head to Fern Hills Cemetery, stopping at Town Hall for Civil War Memorial presentation. After the parade, join us at the Hanson Athletic Association, 171 Reed Street, for a hamburger and hot dog served at noon, donated by Dom's Meats. And the upcoming Select Board meetings are June 9th, 2026, and June 23rd, 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, under new business, we'll proceed with that. We have a new officer.
I'm sorry, we had a remembrance of John Curry.
Oh. Do we have that? Oh.
Thank you very much. This is in remembrance of John Curry. John dedicated his time to his family as well as the Hanson Youth Soccer Program as a coach and played on St. Joseph's softball team for several years. Throughout his years of volunteerism, he served on various town committees, including the Water Commission, Capital Improvement Committee, and oversaw the Finance Committee as chairman for 7 years.
I'm sorry.
Have a moment.
Yes.
I apologize for the uproar.
I'd like to have a moment.
We're just going to have a moment of
Yeah,
silence.
moment of silence.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, now that all of our board members are present, I'd like to congratulate both Laura Kemet and Frank Malisi on their re-election and election. Welcome. And at this point in time, I would like to reorganize the board, so I would like a nomination for chair.
Nominate Laura.
Do you have a second?
I second it.
All in favor? Congratulations, Madam Chair. The gavel is now to you.
The imaginary gavel.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. What time have we got? All right, let's go. Great. Thank you for coming. We're thrilled, Frank, to have you joining us. You bring a depth and breadth of experience, and I'm thrilled that you're going to be serving with us.
Thank you. It's a
So,
pleasure to be here.
Okay, first up, we've got our new officer ceremony for Noah Regaldo.
You have it, do the rest of it.
Vice Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I will entertain a motion, to nominate somebody for vice chair.
I nominate Ann.
Second?
Okay. Any further nominate? Are you accepting that now?
Can I just say one thing? I apologize for the uproar. My husband fell before I came here and I'm a little rattled. So,
I can only imagine.
he's okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot of man to fall down.
Well, we're glad he's okay. That said, are you in your right mind to accept this?
I am, I think so.
All right, okay.
I think so.
All right, any further nominations? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And I will entertain a motion to nominate a clerk.
Nominate Ed Heel.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
You want it?
Sure.
Okay.
Any further? Okay, all in favor? Okay, lovely. All right. New officer ceremony for Noah Regaldo, Chief Casey, and we do have a wage and personnel, meeting at 6:10. We could nudge just a bit. I know you're very brief usually when you get up to speak, so, okay. All right. But before you do that, I want to thank you, and I want to thank our veteran service officer, who I thought I saw in the back there.
Back there.
And fire and highway. You guys rock, and I tell you this all the time, but never were you, was I more proud than I was yesterday to live in the town of Hanson with all of you lovely people doing what you do. So thank you very much.
Well, I appreciate that, and obviously Terry took the lead on that, and we were all able to come together, and I think the gentleman that didn't know anyone at his funeral will have more people at his funeral than we'll ever have, and obviously
Yep.
knowing everyone.
Yep.
Welcome back, and congratulations, welcome, so I appreciate you allowing us this time to introduce our new officer, Noah Regalado. Noah, step on up. And I would like to have my two lieutenants come up too. I know
Yes, yep.
these guys, they put in a lot of work, and so they helped me out, and my old chief never recognized all the work I did, so.
But you're not bitter about it.
No, not scarred up at all, so I just wanted to, do this, and Lieutenant Durgan and Daly, they always say I always talk off the cuff, so they wrote some stuff on here for me tonight, Noah, all right, so you're safe, my friend. So if you people allow me just to read this quickly. Tonight we are proud to welcome Officer Noah Regalado to the Hanson Police Department. And to say we stole Noah from Plymouth, there's actually some truth to that. He lives in Plymouth, he worked for Plymouth, he went to school in Plymouth, and I was told by the two lieutenants during the interview, why do you want to come to Hanson? And he told them, because I don't want to work for just anywhere, I want to work for Hanson. So he was off to a good start during the interview. Noah explained that during his time working with the Bureau of Criminal Investigations, he spent time in many different communities, but Hanson was always the place he enjoyed coming to the most. He spoke highly of our officers, our town, and the welcoming atmosphere that he felt whenever he came. And he said he was going to return to the road of patrol of police. Hanson was the only place he wanted to do that. And I take pride in that. We all take pride in it. We have amazing men and women. And when you have a right fit and they got the right person to come in new and check those boxes, we get excited. In 2020, Noah earned his bachelor's degree in environmental planning and policy from the University of Southern Maine. Put that to use. Where he was also a member of both the college lacrosse and wrestling team. This spring, he completed his master's degree in criminal justice. Noah is a graduate from 2 law enforcement academies. In 2021, he completed the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department Corrections Officer Academy, and in 2023, he graduated from the Plymouth Police Academy 74th ROC. Following graduation, Noah served as a police officer in the town of Plymouth for a little over a year before transferring
referring to the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department Bureau of Criminal Investigations, where he pursued advanced specialization in the fields of crime scene forensics. He brings a ton of talent, he brings a ton of experience, and it's just another huge asset for this department when there are some depleting resources being done down in the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department with crime scene analysis, investigatory. Noah just, he fills another void that most agencies aren't lucky enough to have, so we go with that. You know, speaking to a lot of people, we do background checks, you know, we hear the same thing about Noah. He's hardworking, he's mature, he's reliable, he's confident, he handles stress well, and he's an all-around good person. And in the short time that Noah's been here, it feels like he's been here for a long time. He fits right in, and again, I can only repeat that we are excited. So tonight, Officer Regalado is accompanied here by his mother and his father, Lawrence and Michelle, his grandparents, Ruth, Cindy, Matthew, and his girlfriend, Alex Mitchell, who joins us in honoring and welcoming him to the town of Hanson. So you are having pinned by your mom?
Yes.
Okay. Michelle? Come on up. Can I take that off?
Oh, we didn't. Yeah.
If I can ask Madam Clerk to come on up real quick.
Do you, Noah Regalado, solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a Hanson police officer to the best of your ability in accordance with the bylaws of the town and the laws of the Commonwealth?
I do.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's why he wore the vest.
Perfect. No hug? No nothing? And then that's it?
We'd love to shake the seat.
Yeah, I know, they would love to.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Can I just throw a little something?
Go for it.
Okay.
Congratulations, welcome.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to recognize a donation that we had received. Is that okay to do?
Are you asking us to accept the donation? Because that's what we're supposed to do. Yeah,
I would like you to accept it.
that, okay, well, we haven't posted for
All
it.
right, we'll wait for it then.
Okay, great.
All right.
All right,
Guess we're out of here quicker than we thought.
all right.
Thank you for everyone
All
for
right.
coming.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
We will, yeah. Thank you.
And Rob, can we take a very brief recess?
Here.
As always, Chief.
Thanks. I will entertain a motion to adjourn to wage and personnel.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? All right, Ms. Green.
All right, good afternoon. We are here at the Wage and Personnel Board meeting for the purpose of reorganizing. I will, please stand, do we want to do the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay. I will entertain a nomination for Chair for Wage and Personnel.
Nominate Ed Heel as Chair of Wage and Personnel.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, welcome. Mr. Chair, would you like to call for a nomination for Vice Chair?
Good evening and welcome to the May 19th edition of the Hanson Wage and Personnel Meeting. The meeting is being held in the Select Board Meeting Room at the Hanson Town Hall, 542 Liberty Street, Hanson, Massachusetts. I'd like to begin the meeting with a nomination for Vice Chair.
I will nominate Frank Melisi.
I will second that. Is that accepted? Do you accept?
Of course it is, yes. Anything to work with you, Ed, I'd love to.
Oh, boy.
The duo's back together.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we don't do a clerk, right?
No,
And is there anything on the agenda?
just reorganization, that's it. Oh, there is.
Yes. I don't see any.
I will not-
Where your meeting minutes are, is the left section.
Approve the job description of town planner.
Jeez, okay. You know what? I didn't have
Why
to.
don't I see it?
It's in the, it's in this side.
Oh, the right side?
Yeah.
Might be on the right.
And then there's minutes to approve.
Don't have it.
Do you know that?
So on the first order of business is to approve the job description of the town planner and director of land use.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Region Personnel Committee. So, our town planning position has grown significantly over the past 4 years, where the town planner has done a great deal of work and has worked side by side with the zoning board of appeals. He has also taken on and he has worked side by side with the building department, conservation, and board of health, with a number of issues and items that deal with planning. So in recognition, zoning board of appeals for many years has not had a department head. They have operated with a part-time administrative assistant and then the 3 board members. So this position here would offer a department head who would oversee planning and zoning. So there is a lot of work in zoning, and again, over a number of years, it never had a department head. This particular job description combines the two, town planning and zoning. And it's been relabeled or entitled Town Planner and Director of Land Use. It was just approved at town meeting. There is a salary range for it, which actually, so there's not a town planner position and then a town planner and director of land use. So this position here replaces town planner. So this job description here encompasses all of the town planner job responsibilities and also encompasses zoning job responsibilities. And also, there will be a lot of work with building, conservation, and health to combine all of those departments that work together for land use. So I'm asking the board to approve this job description so that we can move forward and, as of July 1st, have Mr. DeFrayis be our town planner and director of land use.
So I don't see a job description in the packet. Is there?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, so when
Do you have a job description?
when you said it was approved at town meeting, you're talking about just the title, not the job description?
Yes, just the title
Yeah,
and
just to be
salary
clear,
range.
so, because we haven't seen a job
Yeah,
description.
we don't have a
We don't
job
have a job
description.
description.
The job description was emailed on Fridays. Okay, all right, so.
In the email, did you say? Do we have it?
You should have it, yeah.
You know.
Maybe what I can suggest.
May I,
Oh, sure.
through you, Mr. Chair, I'm thinking that in the interest of being thorough, that we ought to table this until our next meeting so that
Yes.
we'll have time to review it. And if there are things that we think we should delete or add, we've got the ability to do that and be very thoughtful.
Yes, I was gonna suggest that.
Is that a
absolutely.
motion?
I didn't make a motion because we didn't have a motion on the table,
Okay.
but I will make that motion.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Okay. So we will table that. June 9th will be the next meeting, so we'll make sure everybody has the job description that they can review well in advance. And that completes, we have minutes from.
Get minutes.
And we have the minutes from April 7th. The only thing I see on them is it lists as the member present, the first line. It mentions that it's Laura Kemet is the chair. And it mentions 2 chairs. So can we just remove chair from Laura's?
Oh, yeah, it also says vice chair and then Clark Edwin.
And Ann as vice chair.
Okay.
Potentially may have copied something.
No, that's
Another
not
format.
We will make sure that's corrected and presented at the next meeting.
Make a motion to accept the minutes as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Can I just clarify though? I think it's a semantics issue. It says Chair Edward Heel, Wage and Personnel Board, but then it says Chair Laura. I think then it lists our title as Select Board members.
Right, but within the context of the wage and personnel, we no longer have those titles.
Oh, well, within the, oh, okay, got it.
Right.
Yeah,
Might not have those, right?
Yep.
So are we all set on that one? No further discussion?
We'll present the amended minutes at the next meeting for confirmation.
Okay.
I'll make a
Thank you.
motion to adjourn wage and personnel.
second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Okay.
So refreshing to be able to make
Oh.
motions.
That's why I'm doing my motion. I know what I can do.
Okay, next up, we have discuss and vote waiver of building permit. Ms. Green.
Okay, yes, so, a company recently, and I'm not really sure exactly, how it was set up, but, one of our Hanson firefighters, a company had a raffle or some type of giveaway, I don't even know if I'm saying what it was, but, for first responders, where first responders were all entered into some type of a pool. And the winner of that won a, house of siding, by this company.
Yep.
And one of our Hanson firefighters, Sean Garrity, was the winner of that. And so we have a, request for the permit fee to be waived so that the company can move forward on.
We checked with legal counsel on this. I'm not sure that we would be, as much as I think this individual is extremely deserving and hardworking and amazing. And B, I think it's a great, idea. I think that there could be some, conflict pitfalls there with waiving a fee that other folks would be subject to.
I will find out. I do know that he did reach out to ethics on this and was given okay by the ethics.
Right, but I'm more concerned about us
Oh,
being
yes.
given okay by ethics for waiving the fee. And I
Okay,
find it
yeah.
hard to believe that they would be okay with that. But I
We
might.
will
be
check, we will definitely
Yep.
reach out and check with town council.
Through you, Madam Chair,
Yes.
how much is the building permit fee that is requesting to be waived?
Let's see.
And also, do we have the ethics paperwork or email that they sent to ethics to make sure that it was worded properly?
It is $228? All right, so we believe the permit fee is in the area of $228.
So it's more than
And
$50.
ethics did not provide him with any kind of documentation that he could provide us, because normally when you talk to ethics, it's between you and the attorney.
Yeah, correct. I was just more curious on the wording of the question, because it could have been an ethics question whether he can take the siding on the house,
Yes,
instead of having us waive the building permit fee.
which is
and-
probably what it was.
Which is probably what it was, and I agree with Laura that
Okay.
I just don't think it's,
All right, we will definitely get that clarified for the next meeting.
Okay, and again, if there's any documentation, there probably isn't. If it was a phone conversation, they don't usually follow up, but whatever, we can get. Okay. And then in our packets, we've got disclosure of an appearance of conflict, Ms. Green, for the town planner.
So the town planner, just out of an abundance of caution, after the conflict of interest training that we had, he has been undertaking some of the zoning board of appeals job responsibilities, because there is nobody in the office right now handling those responsibilities. So out of an abundance of caution, he filed a disclosure to let the town and the unions know that he is undertaking this work, as there is nobody in that office right now to undertake that work.
Smart.
And that's what the disclosure basically says.
Does anybody have any questions about that?
Nope.
Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve the conflict of interest.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? Amazing. Okay, that moves us on to discuss and vote fire chief contract. At our last executive session, we met and discussed the changes to the fire chief's contract. And in that meeting, we voted to approve those changes, and as required under Massachusetts general law, in the next open meeting following that, you must vote on it again in open session. So I will entertain a motion to approve the employment contract between Robert J. O'Brien Jr. and the town of Hanson, Massachusetts. And the effective date for this would be July 1st, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any questions? Okay,
I'm gonna abstain from this vote because I wasn't. a part of
totally
it.
fine, yeah, totally understandable. All in favor? Aye. Okay, all against? Okay, all abstaining. Okay, great, thank you.
Not that I don't like Bobby.
No, understood. Okay, discuss and vote on Troop 68 request for Flag Day at Town Hall on Sunday, June 14th, 2026 at 9 a.m. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor? Great. And then that brings us to discuss and vote closing Town Hall on Fridays from May 29th to September 4th, 2026. Ms. Green.
Yes, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. So on Fridays, Town Hall is open from 8 to noon. And the employees that work on Fridays are department heads. We find that over the past few years that foot traffic in Town Hall on Fridays over the summertime is there's almost no foot traffic in Town Hall. It's a big vacation time, so we find that there is even remote, a bare bones staff in Town Hall with department heads on Fridays. We find that the departments are mostly closed. A lot of times the upstairs, the land use are closed because they have meetings during the week where they are here extended hours, so they close on Fridays. Offering to close on Fridays in the summertime is something that's offered to our department heads to allow them maybe to enjoy the summer months with families and vacations. And again, it's a short time from May 29th through September 4th. There are two holidays. There is Juneteenth, which is Friday, June 19th. We would be closed anyway. July 4th is on Saturday, so we'd be closed on that Friday. So that's already 2 Fridays we were going to be closed. And we did look at some of the other towns. And we have Whitman, Rockland, Halifax, Kingston, Holbrook, Duxbury, Hingham. Those offices, those town halls are closed on Fridays as well. And nobody would be losing any hours, because right now what the department heads do is they leave 4 hours early during the week, whether it be a Wednesday or Thursday, and then work the 4 hours on Friday to make up their 35 hours. So they would no longer do that, and we'd all put in the 35 hours from Monday through Thursday. So just asking the board to please consider closing town hall from Friday, it would be May 30th or the 29th through September 4th.
Mr. Hill. Did you have a concern?
This does affect the people who are here and that will be switched. Are people okay with it?
Yes, I have
Employees.
spoken to every department head, and none of them had an objection to closing on Fridays.
I think I would just say, if for some reason we find out that this is a failed experiment, I do want to reserve the right to revisit this decision.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm
It would
not
only be a pilot.
anticipating that that's going to happen at all, but I just, ultimately, if we need to reel it back in because of something, I just want to make sure people are super clear about that.
We've done this before, haven't we?
No.
Not on
Oh,
Fridays.
they've always been open all day on Friday?
Yeah.
I mean,
half
day on
Yeah.
Friday?
Day on Fridays.
I thought for some reason back in the day.
No, on occasion, there's been days when we may have, but not for the whole summer. Mr. Hill.
this includes our office also. Just want to
Correct.
clarify, this is
Yes.
the entire
Yep.
town hall.
And
Yep.
all the department heads have ability to check emails as well on Fridays. And I know there's quite a few of us that do check our emails on Fridays in case something does come up that needs immediate attention,
And I
so.
think that would be probably one of the things we'd want to just say, could you check in, like, middle of the day? Just make sure nothing is, like catastrophic is happening.
Yes.
And also, I think we need to be super clear with the website, with signage, with, and, by plane, train, automobile, that, this is what's happening. Make
Yes.
sure that each individual page and our general website, maybe a hardcore sign on the building itself, just so that nobody, is caught unaware.
We'll take all the same steps that we took for when town hall closed at 6 o'clock on Tuesdays instead of 8. So we will follow all of those same notifications to make sure people know.
Mr. Melisi?
So question, I just want to make sure that this is in the policy, if there's going to be policy written for this, is it only stating the town hall directors? Because we also have, for example, Camp Kawani, the highway, the water department. Are they also entitled to the same benefit, or is it just strictly the town hall?
Just town hall.
Water, we have no jurisdiction over, but it is just town hall.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll make a motion that we approve this, Friday, the closing of town hall on Fridays from May 29th to September 4th, with the caveat that if we do need to revisit it, we can.
So
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? All right, great. All right, that is amazing. And next up, we have vote to approve, vote to approve fire donations in memory of Don Ellis and Fred Cafardo. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. And Chief Casey gave me a letter, which I hope does not cause me to weep profusely, but probably will. Because next up, we have vote to approve police donation in memory of Fred Cafardo. I want to thank you and all the other officers for what they have done to help my family over the past few years. Fred and I truly appreciate the kindness that has been shown to us, especially the day Fred passed. We have an awesome police department in kindness, Corinne. So I will entertain a motion to approve the fire donation in memory of Fred Cafardo.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have a very unusual little thing, which is a gentleman contacted Mrs. Ennis and inquired whether we might be interested in accepting a vintage, perhaps even antique, I'm not really sure where that line is, United Cape Cod Cranberry sign donation, and it's pretty awesome, funky little sign, and we do want to connect with the Historic Commission and make sure that they're looped in. We did reach out, but we didn't get anybody responding, but we will not be deterred. We will continue to try to connect. And I'm just wondering if anybody had any questions for Ms. Ennis. I will say, the gentleman did say that he at his own cost was willing to have this refurbished, but my own hesitancy on this is sometimes that actually causes the value of it to deteriorate. So we might want the crusty,
Yes.
old, vintage.
No, you don't want to change
Yeah.
that.
I think that, I'd like to accept it. I make a motion that we accept the cranberry sign donation.
So moved.
can
I mean, second. I
Yeah.
said
can I just ask a question?
Yeah, please, Mr. Mulsey.
Before we get it, we should really find a place where it's gonna go, so it doesn't end up somewhere where either it's not seen or it's put in, like, it's a beautiful sign. I would just like to think that the Historical Society can take control of it or something like that, so they can preserve it in a way and display it as, they see fit, on top of that. So I just would hate to see him give it to us work for it, and then just go somewhere that it's not being.
I mean, we could really decide where it goes. I just wanted to try to partner with the Historic Commission, but we've got plenty of wall space
Yeah.
in town hall, even if we
Even
wanted
somewhere in
to.
here would be
Yeah,
nice too.
yeah, that would be kind of cool. Maybe,
Oh, really?
okay, that's.
That's interesting.
It's a big piece of wood.
It really,
I think it's cool.
It is super cool. All right, so did you want to not vote to
No,
accept it?
no, I was gonna
Okay.
vote to accept it. I just
Okay.
would like to make sure that if we do accept it, that we have a place that we're gonna put it, that it can
Yes.
be, safe.
Yep. All right, I will Mr. Weeks already,
did, and I
and
second.
you second, okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? Amazing. All right, and so we please communicate to him, please, sir? Just give it to us in its current state.
Yeah, I'll set up the pickup and everything, yeah.
All right, that would be great.
Sure.
And then we have, discuss and consider annual appointment of alternate plumbing and gas inspector, John Latorno, effective May 19th, 2026. Ms. Green?
Yes, so we have, basically, we have the need for an alternate, gas and plumbing inspector. And we do have our, building commissioners did conduct an interview, where they did speak with, so do I have, is this the right one? Wait a minute, I have Paul's, where is
That's the
John?
wire.
That's what we have.
It's Wire.
We have.
So we have Wire.
We have Wire.
Wire, we don't have the plumbing, the gas and plumbing. Plumbing, yeah.
I am okay if you're willing to just let us know.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna go off your recommendation
Yes.
anyways.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Wire right here.
No, it's like,
Yeah, there was a little
we
bit of
just
a
need,
mix-up of.
no, that's,
which
we
one
just
was
need
whose.
you to make a recommendation to us,
Yeah.
Ms. Green.
Yeah.
Yes, I will recommend, I do know that the building commissioners did speak to Mr. Latrenu, and they do recommend him, for our alternate, plumbing and gas inspector.
Okay, I will entertain that
So
motion.
moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. And then that brings us up, before we do that, I do want to mention, on the chief's contract, we got knee-deep into executing, and we noticed that we did not account for our new member on the signature page. So I'm
Okay.
wondering while we're meeting, if we could get somebody to get the new page so we can get that executed today. Okay, next up, discuss and consider retroactive annual appointment of alternate wiring inspector James Paul, effective March 11th, 2026.
That we have put.
Ms. Green?
Yeah, so this gentleman here has been conducting some wiring inspections for us. He was brought on under, the wing of our, building commissioner who is on leave at the moment. We were unaware that he was doing these inspections. Our current wiring inspector, Mr. Varley, was not available, so this person was brought on. They have done inspections, they have not been paid yet. And we did have one of our building inspector, building commissioners did interview him, and I do have an email that they do recommend this gentleman,
Okay.
for our alternate wiring inspector position.
And how are we going to validate the hours that this individual worked?
The administrative assistant has all the inspections that he conducted.
Okay.
So we will be paying him, we just haven't yet.
Going,
We have not paid, right, he has
Back into
conducted
March 11th.
inspections, and she has all the inspections that he has conducted,
Okay.
on behalf of the town.
Did anybody have any other questions?
I have a question,
Mhm.
and I might get thrown into hot water on this one. What's the validity of his inspections that he's done if he's not an appointed inspector? So like, if he's doing inspections on a house, let's say he goes to my house and inspects my wires, are those inspections still valid even though he is not a
Well,
Hanson inspector?
he was brought on, through the building commissioner, so they would still be valid. We are just appointing him in terms of, for him to be paid.
Yeah, so in other words, the building commissioner is the person who decides that this person is the inspector. So it isn't necessarily our
So
appointment
it's
that
not
makes
our
him
own,
legitimate.
okay, so it's
to-
not our onus that he's legitimate, and
No.
so, and
Right.
these permits, are they signed off by the building inspector and the person doing the
No, the
inspection? as well?
wiring
Just
inspector
the
is the only
wiring
one who
inspector,
signs
right.
off on the inspections.
Okay.
Just the wiring inspector, yes.
Okay, so
I-
any other questions?
no, I move that we, retroactively appoint James Paul as the alternate wiring inspector effective March 11th, 2026.
Second.
Did you say second?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. That brings us to feedback and next steps after town meeting. Well, town meeting went really quite well. It was great to see so many engaged people. It was great to, regardless of how people stood on the issues, that was great. And I do think that if people have got feedback from Ms. Green and our staff on things we could do better, because we can always do things better, please give them the suggestions, and then we can discuss them as a group. I definitely think you got the word out there, that's for sure. And then, like I said, there's always room for improvement. I do want to acknowledge that a lot of hard work went in from everybody that had, warrant articles. And at the election, on the ballot questions, 3 passed and 1 did not. And I want to, in particular, acknowledge the hard work of Mrs. Cafardo, who's here with us this evening, in the library project, because this was something that she put her whole heart and soul into for a long time. It wasn't fly by the seat of your pants type of an endeavor. And there is definitely a need for improvements at the library. I think it was a case of competing financial priorities, and people were a bit overwhelmed with the idea of all of that all at once. And so we will work with the library folks to see what we can do to address your more immediate needs. And again, see what we can get our new, what's his new title now? Land use / planner /
Town planner and director of land use.
grant extraordinaire, see what grants we can get to try to address some of those concerns. But I want to thank you for all of your hard work and for the hard work of the rest of the folks, but in particular, your leadership and diligence.
Team effort.
Yep, and I knew you'd say that, and I know it was, but sometimes a couple members of the team might be rowing a little harder than others, but thank you for that. Did anybody have any other feedback or things that they,
I thought that there was a lot of information beforehand too, and that's important whenever we have big projects like this. We have to get everybody informed,
Yeah.
everybody on board. I will note that we had, this is a town meeting, but it was for the
election?
the election.
Yeah.
We had a 17 or 18% rate in town, and the other towns only had like 10% of their electorate came out to
It's
vote.
true. I still was a little verklempt at the fact that we had these 4
Oh, I know.
major
I know.
spending things, and we didn't get a higher
Well, I'm gonna make a note
response.
that there were questions on a certain Facebook page. People were complaining about this, that, and the other thing, and I said, it's obvious you didn't even go to town meeting. Well, guilty as charged. So if you want to be involved in town decisions, I'm looking at you, cameras, get to town meeting and come and vote. We need your help. We need you. It's your town. Help us run it.
All right, I feel the spiciness, and I think one thing that I did get consistent feedback from various people was there seemed to be, and again, it's not necessarily town meeting, was the ballot language. People found confusing, and I had people ask me, well, why aren't you guys telling us on the ballot question, the estimated, and I said, well, we really don't know the actual cost because it depends on the terms of the borrowing. And also that this goes by bond council, like there's very specific language that has to be there and you can't really vary from that language. So we have a lot of constraints there. It goes by town council and then bond council. And, but, I think we can always revisit, was there supplementary information we could have given that would have helped people with some more of those facts?
I think there's always room for improvement, but I think consistently over the last handful of meetings, the debates have gotten better and more concise and more pointed, and people have demonstrably, in my opinion, have been more informed even when, so it really is all of the information, the lead up to all of the meetings, just in general. I do think the forums help, especially on these larger questions, because the questions that are coming in are substantially more informed informative
Yeah, definitely
in
more
nature.
educated.
Yeah, so I just think that you know, there's no bad way to contribute at a town meeting, but it is really great to see very complex issues with new information from speakers coming up, rather than hearing the same thing over and over again. It, like, people were really engaged and informed, and it was shown. So I think, you know, moving forward, we just do more of those when it's warranted, because it was great.
Mr. Hill?
One thing, to second what Ann was saying about the informational sessions beforehand, they were very, very good. There was a few at the library, a few. Did anybody hear of anybody saying, like, usually people are saying, I didn't know anything about this. I didn't hear that this time.
Nobody was saying, I didn't know
Yeah.
town meeting, which, you know, it's like
Yeah, I
by
didn't know,
bylaw,
what
it's
does
the
this
same kind of
question
year,
mean
but yeah.
type thing.
Yeah.
I think, we got the information out there. I think we did our best to get it out there, and it seems like it worked.
That's why.
Just 1 minute. What were your thoughts, Mr. Melissi?
On the town meeting
Yeah, I know you.
or on the election in
Yeah,
general?
anything, any
So
of the above. Yeah.
the town, it seems like the election every year, people get more and more engaged in it, and they, you know, the numbers seem to be going up. I know this year we had a lot of overrides on it, but, you know, it was one of those things where I hope people will start to mark the day every time there's a town election, because it's very important for people to go out and vote. And some of those races that we had, some of those override questions passed by razor thin margins. Within 11 votes, one of the
yes.
questions passed, and the other one was 7 votes for
Yes.
another race that was here. So it does make a difference. It definitely does make a
It does.
difference. And like you said before, I thank you to Corinne as well. She did a great job while going through all the other stuff.
Yep.
She was, you know, hammering the ground, going over there and working for the library. So we appreciate it. I appreciate it. So
Yep.
thank you.
Mrs. Capardo?
I worked the polls, and there were people who came up to us and felt they were trick questions, like, can you explain this? And all we can say is, election workers, is yes means yes, no means no.
Yeah.
But my take on it was they didn't get informed. So, you know, that's a choice.
It is a choice, but, you know, again, we can talk to the town clerk, like, could we do some more informational flyers? Like, you know, something that would, maybe some of the things that we did on posts, could we have them as a handout for people that maybe aren't on Facebook or whatever? But, Mr. Hill?
I just wondering if we can do a handout along with the ballot. Is that a
They
valid
can't
thing
give
to
it
do?
with the ballot, but you can leave it at the door.
Okay, so
I
people,
would be questioning if you can even leave it at the door, because some would see that as electioneering, like going through, unless it's strict, like, I would have to say that would be looked at by legal
It will-
counsel
oh,
very,
definitely
very
would be,
closely
yeah,
to make sure
yeah.
it's not favoring one way or another.
Didn't we have something that we handed out that we had legal counsel look at? Yeah.
We did.
yeah, but then we have to go through.
I don't remember, was it the South Shore Voc Tech thing? I think because we felt people really just, it was gonna be sort of like, what the heck is this? We didn't talk about it at town meeting, what is it? So we passed it by town council, it was very, you know, very cryptic in a way,
Yeah,
like
very
it didn't get
mundane.
in, yeah, it didn't get into.
We did talk about it at town meeting, but not in that way.
There was no vote at town meeting on it, so it wasn't debated or anything, so, you know.
I do want to say, though, I just, not to sound contrarian, but like, going into it, on social media, like, I felt really informed. So I don't want to take away from all the work that you guys actually did do to put together, because you had breakdowns of how much it was going to cost per thing, columns, like, you can do the best you can. I don't want to take away from how much work you actually put in, because yes, you can do more. We can always have a postmortem around what that looks like. But for whatever it's worth, I do really genuinely feel like you guys put a lot of information out there for the average person that was easily digestible. I found myself a couple of times going back to it and right before election days, okay, saying, what does this mean? How does this make sense? The descriptions made sense to me. A vote yes means this. This is what it looks like. A vote no means this. And you broke it down by a $550,000 house. So you can extrapolate up or down on that. Yeah, we can do more. But again, I kudos to you guys for doing what you did. I thought it was great. Yeah, and the unsung heroes for this one in particular, because I do think that there was a potential for a lot heavier and intense debate, but the finance committee, they really did a really good job of keeping us on the straight and narrow, especially when it came to a razor thin financial budget. So they're never put in a winnable position sometimes, and they did a really good job of doing it.
Yeah, they did, and I have to say serendipitously, we aligned with them like
Pretty much.
99.9. I think there might have been one thing.
Yeah, the light out in front,
Yeah,
that's the only thing.
but I mean, that was, so, because they did do a good job. Okay, all right, discuss a proposed joint meeting with planning board regarding business zoning. This came up as part of the Economic Development Committee, and just to clarify, that we're not talking about adding a new business zone. We're talking about, the corridors on Liberty Street that are already businesses, but there's some funky, mixed zones in there that don't allow people that might have bought a piece of property where the front part is zoned for business and the back is only zoned for residential, which kind of really doesn't make any sense. And we know there must be some history, but nobody in town hall or in the distant past really understands why. And of course, there'll be hearings and all of that, that there always are with any kind of zoning change. But this is in response to feedback that we've gotten that we need more zones in town, that, you know, we're businesses, we need to attract businesses. So we'd be looking sort of at like the Liberty Street, and Tony's talked to us about this, and I can have him come here and once it's, you know, winnowed down a bit and clarified, but it would be sort of like up by Hanson Middle and then that corridor heading towards Town Hall, basically. And then, because there's 3 or 4 lots in particular near Hanson VCA and in that area right there. One of the reasons that they haven't sold is because the lot is not really conducive to somebody putting a business there and being able to fully utilize it for a business, because the entire lot is not zoned for that. So we've got that, and then Tony had some thoughts along Main Street, what we might be able to do again to, you know, we're not looking to change the nature of the town, we're just looking to make it easier for people to do the right thing within the zones in which they're probably already locating businesses. So I just thought I'd, you know, kind of pass that by you guys and get a sense of whether people are you open to having a joint meeting with
Sure.
planning and talking about it? Okay, all right, okay.
That is confusing, it has come up at the zoning board of
Yeah.
appeals a few times, and it's, you know, if the, business zone is, the business portion is bigger than the other portion, the law, it's like the rules are, it's very confusing.
Yeah, it is. And then you guys, then I think a lot of times stuff goes to ZBA when it's like, why the heck is this even, if we had the right zoning in place,
It wouldn't be needed, yeah.
that's like,
I knew
you
it was coming.
somebody's expressing an opinion about that. Okay, there's no vote needed, I just wanted to get a sentiment on it, and I'll mention it, we have an Economic Development Committee meeting tomorrow night, so I'll mention it to Mr. DeFrias and see if he can, you know, it's gonna be like herding cats to try to get both boards together, but,
This board and,
yeah, planning and I'd like to see more of that anyway, generally, like, boards getting together to solve the riddles that we both have,
Well, there's
so.
often the sentiment expressed that, you know, we need more business in town. We need to fix the zoning so that the businesses can go to the places where there's already business.
Correct. Yep.
The other side of that coin is people are gonna say that the town's character is gonna change, blah, blah, blah. Well, you gotta pick a lane.
It's
We
a difficult needle to
we
thread.
need more
Yeah,
business.
Yeah, we do. We do. And I think that comes up a lot, and we've discussed it in the Economic Development Committee, that we have seen businesses expand. You've got, you know, the dentist, Fetch Barbecue decided to locate here. There's a number of other, the possibilities, like you've got other businesses that have decided to locate here. But one of the things that we, that we discuss is, there's a sentiment that just attracting sort of these small mom and pop businesses is going to move that needle to the point where we have less reliance on residential tax base, and that's just not mathematically correct. We'll give an update, perhaps at the next meeting. We'll see what we've got on the agenda, but I would really like to have, Mr. DeFrias come and talk about what the Economic Development Committee is doing. I mean, I could do it, but it's much more interesting to hear from him, up with the 2 lots that we've got in the industrial park. because that's a decision this board's gonna have to make. And tomorrow night, the Economic Development Committee is gonna start off at light control, because we wanna walk that property and see whether we've got some ideas that we wanna bring to the select board for leasing or whatever, you know, what we're gonna do there. So, anyway, that's off topic, but I just thought I'd mention it. Okay, next up, we've got old business, which is Mr. Kinshirf is very patiently waiting for us. Vote to approve line item transfers. Mr. Kinshirf, we were remiss in saying your support through this entire process, your continuous, steady, very sane advice and sense of humor, which is not usually in the same sentence with town accountant, but, is very much appreciated. And, you've charted us through some tricky little waters.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for the opportunity for appointing me. I enjoy this anyway, so.
Good.
I listen to a county podcast, that should tell you. So-
Oh, boy.
I forgot to mention stunning good looks as well.
Oh, I like it.
Oh, boy, okay.
I'm looking in the mirror right now.
Mutual Admiration Club.
So basically, there's 6 requests before you tonight. One's a reserve fund transfer, and then 5 are just internal transfers. And just a metaphor, just helping the town land the plane at the year end. The reserve fund transfer.
She's getting.
Yeah, the reserve, so you have 6 in front of you. The reserve fund transfer, is for $40,300 for the temporary transition costs in the building department. And then the other 5 departments, the library, camp colony, town accountant, select board office, and the information technology is basically just moving line items within their budget. There might be a little bit of exception in the select board office, some unexpended articles, like some small amounts that we added in to cover salaries. So that's basically it. And I think you have all the details.
Now we do.
Yeah, so, and basically, the law allows to do these transfers as many years to be supposed to, like, it needs the approval of both the select board and the FinCom. So the hope was, the select board approves these tonight, then we'll ask the select board, the finance committee, whole meeting to approve them as well.
Okay, is there anything, that really stands out?
The only thing is that would stand out is, right now we have 50,000, it's 53,000 in the reserve fund. So once we approve this, there'll be like $12,700 left in it.
Okay.
So the uptick in inspectional services, building salary and professional services, is that due to increased licenses that we've been granting or the time that we've been using it? That seems like a pretty big differential between what we budgeted for last year and what we need to transfer over at the end of the year.
So we currently have a situation going on in our building department
Okay,
where our building commissioner is on leave.
okay,
The law requires us to have a building commissioner. So we have 2 interim part-time building commissioners right now.
okay.
And we still need to pay our building commissioner who is on paid administrative leave. We need to pay the interim building commissioners. And from now until July 1st, the amount requested is what we're calculating possibly is going to cost us to staff the building department through July 1st. So that's why this is higher than what you've seen. Because of the situation going on in building that I can't really talk about a whole lot
Yeah,
about.
that makes
It's
sense.
unanticipated.
So
It's unanticipated.
related question, but kind of unrelated to that situation. Are the interim building inspectors hourly or are those a salary position?
So they're hourly.
Okay, so we're only paying for them when we use them. We're not paying out for the interims, like.
Right, only when they're here.
Okay.
And one of them it's different when they're in here as opposed to when they're out in the field doing inspections.
So they have an office rate and an inspection rate?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then I will entertain, I'm trying to think of the best way to, I will entertain a, reserve fund transfer of $40,300 for the inspectional services broken down as inspectional services building salary, $9,300, and inspectional services, professional services, $31,000.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? I will entertain a motion for a line item transfer from library clerical support of $13,000, broken down as follows. To library electricity, $11,000, and library building repairs and maintenance, $2,000. I will entertain that motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? I will entertain a line item transfer, from grounds maintenance, contracted services, building repairs, linen services, and program supplies, and this is under the Camp Kawani, for $21,600 to, office staff wages, $7,600, Cove staff wages, $14,000, for a total of $21,600.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? I will entertain a line item transfer from town account meetings and mileage of $1,000, town account office supplies, $400, to town account clerical support, $1,400.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? And I will entertain a line item transfer of $15,030 from Whitman Hanson Regional School District Operational Audit, $1,500, building repairs and maintenance, $6,500, policies and procedures, update, $4,200, and legal services, $2,830, to selectman clerical support, $5,000, and town admin salary, $10,030.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? All right. All right.
One for the IT,
Oh. Can you tell us what it is, Mr. Kincher?
Yes, it's, the IT director, basically has he's moving stuff from his, salary line item, because in his budget, they had an assistant for him that the money wasn't expended, so he is, transferring $24,000 to, the computer services line item. He's taking $6,500 from time and attendance software, $6,300 from website template, and $1,000 from IT needs and mileage. And he's all for computer services that he needs to get done.
And so what's the total there?
Um, $37,800.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion to transfer from, the line items Mr. Kincher just articulated, and that is going to, computer services.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kincher. Okay, anything else, Mr. Kincher? All right, thank you. All right, then that brings us to one-day liquor licenses. I will entertain a motion to approve the May 30th, 2026, June 29th, 2026, and September 5th, 2026 liquor licenses at Camp Kawani.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Amazing. What time? We're just flying through here. Okay.
Time.
I will entertain a motion to approve the April 14th, 2026, and April 28th, 2026, and May 4th, 2026 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Great. Then that brings us to committee updates. I just told you about Economic Development Committee. Did anybody have anything on High Street Park Committee?
Nope.
Highway Committee, well done, Mrs.
We're
Rain.
very pleased
Well, you squeaked by
on
the
that building.
skin of
I'm
your
so
teeth.
How many
happy.
votes?
Oh, my word. Oh, skin of your
votes,
teeth on
yes.
that one. But well done, and, you know, I'm thrilled for the highway
Yes, I am
staff
too.
that they are not gonna have to be in subhuman conditions
It's
much
awesome.
longer.
It's awesome.
well done on that. Whitman Hanson Regional School Agreement Committee, nothing on that because, we haven't met, but, we do need to do our committee appointments, or at least reorganize, and, Mr. Melissy had very, generously, volunteered to take my place on the Whitman Hanson Regional School Agreement Committee. So I was wondering if we could entertain a motion to appoint him.
I so moved.
Second.
Okay, all right. All in favor? All right, great. Then that way,
Yeah, actually,
we're not gonna lose any.
if I may also, so, yeah, I was planning on that, but I'm curious if we might have to put this on a future agenda. I would also like to be the liaison to the Whitman Hanson Regional
We
School
do,
District.
we do have to put that on
Okay,
a
so
future
just-
agenda.
just so-
And we will do those when we do our appointments,
Okay.
at the end of June.
Fantastic, thank you.
Yep. But
Everybody
the
can keep
reason
that
that
in
I
the back
brought
of their
this,
head.
no, but just the reason I brought this one up was because I know that they were planning on having a meeting, right after Memorial Day, and it didn't make sense if you were gonna step in for me to continue
Yeah.
and then.
Yeah,
so,
awesome.
Okay.
I'll let them know that as well.
I thank you. And, well, our office will send them a note telling them that you have been appointed.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay, great. Any other committee updates? Yes,
Yeah,
Mr. Hill.
for the Conservation Commission, I don't know if this was part of should have been town meeting or now, but the property that was the title was, it was supposed to be in the care of the Conservation Commission. I'm not sure if that's why you.
Oh, okay. I didn't know why you were here, Mr. Scaliger. Okay. As long as it's nothing that requires us to deliberate and vote on it, because we can't, because we didn't post for it. But I'm more than glad to hear if there are concerns, or if there's next steps, or whatever. I'm more than glad we can talk about it under the town meeting umbrella.
Okay.
Yep.
Town meeting decided to, through a citizen's petition, to put a large piece of property down in the Monpont area in care and custody of conservation. And we accept that. I'm concerned, we're concerned that this piece of property is made up of a bunch of tax title properties that were all retained by the town and collected into parcel.
Mm-hmm.
And so it occurred to me to look into the deeds for those properties, and I'm concerned that we may need to do a title search to make sure that we actually own all of that land. And so at the commission meeting last night, it was voted to authorize the agent to pursue a title search. Once that is done, I'm going to propose to the commission that we have the property surveyed,
Mm-hmm.
so that we know where all bounds are. And once the town clerk gives me a certified copy of the vote, I'm going to have it recorded at the registry. That's all.
Okay, all right, great. So did you need us to, it sounds like you've already got authorization from the Conservation Commission. Of course, the $1 million question is where shall the money come from, Mr. Scaliger, for the title search? And this is, and I know, the citizens petitions, we honor them, we welcome them, but a lot of times there are sort of pitfalls for the unwary that we don't often contemplate. But this was at least in the recent history, I don't recall us having a property as the subject of a citizen's petition. So, I'm sure it's, probably gonna be worth it. Sounds like it's a piece of property that otherwise might have gotten developed. I really don't know much about it, but I guess we'll find out once we do that, title search.
You'll pay for it out of the conservation.
Okay.
The reason that I'm really here was I was arguing when I was on the agenda for the select board to accept a gift. I'm not on the agenda.
No, I don't have that on here. But we can put you on our next agenda.
Be on the next one.
Yeah. Is it a timeliness issue or? Okay, yeah, if you just reach out to our office, we'll make sure that we get you on the agenda to accept the gift. All right, thank you for hanging in there. We appreciate it. Okay, then that brings us, Ms. Green.
Oh, we were just like flying right along. Let's see. First of all, can you please go to Madam Chair to sign? Those are the
I feel like I'm signing.
those are the line item transfers.
I already signed what I could.
These here all have for select board.
Oh, okay.
They have only 3 lines on each though, right?
Yeah, but there, it says select board underneath, there's a sticker there, right here. So select board is just for the Laura to sign,
I'll put our-
just for the chair.
Mortgage.
Yeah.
All right, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. So the town applied for Green Communities Grant. Now that we are MBTA compliant, we are back on track for being eligible for grants. We applied for a Green Communities Grant in the amount of $77,200 for weatherization of our police station. This here is the first step towards a decarbonization of our police station. Hopefully we will be awarded this Green Communities Grant. We'll be able to complete the weatherization of the police station. Then we can apply for the next round, which will be the next step towards updating the HVAC system, which really will be a different type of system that will start decarbonizing, but it will be much better than what they have now as far as heating and air conditioning. Just wait for the results of that, and hopefully we will get that grant so we can get that process started. The police station has been experienced over a number of years, issues with the HVAC system over there. The system that was installed with the police station is actually not up to par for the size of the building. So we're hoping that this grant here will start us on the path to get them the type of heating and air conditioning systems that are strong enough for that building. Under our procurement, so we completed the Pratt Place culvert construction procurement April 22nd. After references and background checks, the contract was awarded to Dan Dell Construction here in Hanson. They were the lowest bidder by far. And good conversations have taken place and meetings have taken place with our Fernandez, our consultant, engineering consultant, our town planner, our conservation, to make sure everybody is on track. And there's a, full understanding of the expectation. So, we hope that this construction will start in early August. They're planning it around when the water tables are the lowest. And we will have notifications sent out to all the residents of that area to let them know when the construction is going to take place. So we're very happy with that because this is an ARPA-funded project, and it's been at least 2 years in the making. Also, we did find out, we have a feasibility study going on at Plymouth County Hospital, the nurses building, the front building. And it has been identified that there is some asbestos material, in that building. We may be looking to have to do a procurement for asbestos containing materials, removal and abatement, similar to what we did at the McQuan School. So we may need to undertake a bidding for that because it's going to be somewhere in the area of about $55,000.
Can we get aggressive about grants?
There's not a lot of grants for asbestos material. We can look to see if maybe there are some earmarks out there.
Well, Tony was looking at underutilized properties grants.
That's a possibility.
Okay.
Yes, but those applications are due June 4th, so we won't find out for a little bit on that, but I did want to just to let the board know that they did find asbestos in some areas of the front building.
I mean, I can't, is anybody super shocked?
No, through you, Madam Chair, I do have a question. That is a historical building, correct?
Yes.
So can the CPC, do they, there has to be something in the CPC that says you can fix asbestos or you can
Yes.
remove asbestos through that? Is it possible to?
It is possible. So, so just to back up a little bit, this feasibility study was done with earmark money that we received from the state that has like a shelf life. It's like pretty soon. It's like another month, we've got to spend it. The thought process was that that feasibility study would be used as a project plan of sorts to present to CPC.
Okay.
To say, here's all the things that they've outlined that we need to do. Here's money we've got from other sources, and CPC, we're asking you for this money. So, yeah, I do think it's whether it's used specifically for that or something else, CPC definitely it is an eligible building. And the way we look at those two, we look at them as distinct buildings because there's a connector there. If we did not look at it, that front portion would not be eligible for any historic restoration, therefore not CPC money, because that front portion was never touched in the remodel for the food pantry. It's still very much a ball in play for historic, grants.
Okay, and just to be clear, the food pantry portion of the building.
Is the back portion.
Yeah, no, I understand
Yeah.
that, but that has also been tested for asbestos and does
Well,
not have
that's, I was gonna
asbestos,
ask the
correct?
same thing.
Because that would be another problem.
They did include the rear
Why would it
They
be so
did, okay.
different from one side to the
So,
other?
is there asbestos in the real building?
Yes.
Okay, so is it near the food pantry?
I don't
Probably
know
in
the
cell.
answer.
It's probably in the cell at this
It
point.
noted, pipes,
Yeah, it's in the
so
cell.
I don't, I'm not sure exactly where they are, but,
It's
we-
probably in the cellar.
No, I know it's in the cell
Yeah.
because I know where it is. That's why, that's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
It'd be the
And
same.
just keep in mind, not all asbestos needs to be
Exactly.
remediated.
Oh, yeah, correct, it needs to be
it-
airborne.
Yeah, unless it's friable and
It's
it's
broken.
gonna be broken and whatever, then, it may not, but, I know people get,
You're fairly
little-
certain some of the floor coverings
Yeah, yeah.
also had
And
asbestos.
actually, you're absolutely right, Ian, when they redid that,
They encased,
if you remember when when they had the flooding
yeah,
and the floor needed to be redone.
Yeah.
That was a real monkey
Yeah.
wrench because we found out that that layer beneath.
a lot of that old
Was
stuff is
asbestos.
asbestos,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just think for the sake of not scaring the public who are gonna be watching this, and we're kind of going off of memory right now, I think a more detailed report about what is there, is needed to have a more in-depth conversation around this.
yes, yes.
And whether that asbestos is dormant.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't want
well,
people getting
it
freaked
is in the
out.
food pantry, I know that.
Yeah.
We went through, we had to do it upstairs too.
It's dormant.
It's dormant.
It's dormant, yeah,
Yeah.
It's not
yes.
doing.
Get a lot of people that rely on the food pantry right now, and we're dancing around some scary language, so I just want to
It's
be
okay.
mindful of that.
It's okay, I promise.
Okay, thank you for that news, Ms. Green.
Oh, boy. So we have our Veterans Benefits Administrator position is posted. We have it on our website, we have it on Indeed. Friday, June 5 is the deadline for application submission, which will put us on schedule to bring in a candidate before the board, hopefully at the June 23rd meeting for consideration and appointment with an anticipated start date of July 6th.
And how do you envision that process working in cooperation with our veteran service officer?
Oh, absolutely, he will sit in on the interviews.
Okay.
He will help vet the applications that we get in and sit in on the interviews, absolutely. Also too, the transfer station disposal attendant position, the application deadline has closed on that. Where we will be interviewing some candidates on June 2nd, one on June 1st. And again, we hope to bring a candidate before the board for consideration on June 9. And it will be myself and possibly one of the Board of Health members and the health agent, Gil Amato, will sit in on these interviews.
We'll hope that John has a good health until then and not planning on any vacation time.
Exactly.
Okay, great.
Reminder, again, to everybody, building department is closed on Fridays indefinitely until further notice. Anyone looking to schedule an inspection will need to contact the building department Monday through Thursday. Once they contact the building, if they do not get anyone on the phone, please leave a message. Once the message is received, there's 48 hours. We have people who've been calling who want inspections immediately, so I just wanted to kind of get that out there, reminding people of that. I'd like to really give a shout out to the inspectional task force. Having great success, a lot of success with identifying properties where work is being done. However, no permits have been applied for or issued, or the work being done is not adhering to the permit that was issued. Our interim building commissioners the team is doing a great job with addressing the matters, with the property owners and the inspectional task force team with letting us know where they are with talking to the owners. So we want to ensure that the property owners, they're compliant with regulations and safety, things like that. So the inspectional task force, I'm giving a shout out for the good work that they are doing. We also already talked about Pratt Place Culvert. We will have our engineer consultant, our town planner, conservation, again, they'll be monitoring everything going on with that. It's ARPA funded, and the town of Hanson was chosen by the Plymouth County ARPA consultant and oversight services to audit the town of Hanson with our ARPA projects. So I've been working diligently to put all the information that they are looking for together, and that's all of our projects. So it's very work intensive, so I'm working diligently every free minute that I get to put all this together, to make sure that they have everything that they need so that we can pass the audit with flying colors. And Memorial Day, we are watching the weather very closely. Our VSO, Terrence O'Keefe, is watching the weather very closely. If anything needs to change due to weather, he will let people know far in advance so they can plan.
How far in advance?
And how will he do that?
Well, hopefully you will
Great
know
question.
Thursday or Friday. He'll get it out there on social media. We can put it on our website.
Is it looking like a potential?
As of right now, it looks like it's gonna be partly sunny.
All right, okay.
Yeah, they were saying it was gonna rain,
Yeah.
but if it's changing,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
if
been
it's
wacky.
changing on a daily basis, we're keeping a very close eye on
We've
it.
done it in the rain, just for the
Yeah, we
record.
have.
So we're not made of paper over here.
Is there
Yeah.
a rain date, or do we decide?
No, there isn't a
Next
rain
Memorial
date,
Day.
unfortunately.
Well, it's gonna be
next
cloudy all
Memorial Day.
morning until the late afternoon, it's gonna partly clear, but it doesn't look, I don't think it doesn't look like it's gonna rain.
If it rains a little bit, I would just encourage us to keep it going. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, we trust you, but if it's like downpouring, we'll,
Yeah,
I agree, Joe, because
Yeah.
we've marched before.
yeah, we've all had umbrellas. There was a couple of years ago we did it. So I just, for whatever it's worth,
I will.
I know we're all
keep right in
sweet, but we're
touch
not
with our
made of sugar.
VSO with
We
that.
won't dissolve.
Keep in touch, but just wanted to get it out there because they changed the weather.
No, I know, but I just hope Terrence keeps in mind that, this is, ceremonially very important for a lot of people. It's like, it helps them just remember and feel like other people are remembering. So, if it's a matter of, it's a little bit of rain, I mean, he could always condense or do something slightly different and pivot, but I hope that we do kind of try to keep on pace unless it's something catastrophic for weather.
I hope so, because he's got some special guests coming in the form of Clydesdales coming this year, so.
Nice, that's really
Oh,
cool.
wow, okay.
I hope that, the parade can go off, I think weather. And actually,
Has he got the HK Clydesdales coming from Hobby Knoll in Duxbury?
I think those are the ones that are
Okay,
coming.
yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
Cool.
So we're excited about that. And actually, that concludes my town administrator report for today.
Awesome.
Do
Do you want to go into an executive session, then we'll come
Yes,
back out?
that is what we're going to do. So I will entertain a motion to enter executive session. Thank you for joining us, Mrs. Capardo. We will be returning to open session, and we're entering executive session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 38, section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares. Litigation, discussions, union negotiations. And we are also executive session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 38, section 21A7, to review and approve executive session minutes not to be released April 7th, 2026. I will entertain that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 Okay. All right, and we are back in open session from executive session. The select board will now open a public hearing to consider a complaint of a dangerous dog owned by Mr. Stephen Finocchi and Jennifer, oh boy, I'm going to be challenged here, Matiosis, and kept, and I apologize if I just slaughtered that, and kept at 283 Birch Park Drive, Hanson, Massachusetts. On April 21st, 2026, notice of this hearing was sent pursuant to provisions of General Law, Chapter 140, 157, to determine whether a dog owned by Mr. Stephen Finocchi and Jennifer Matiosis and kept at 283 Birch Park Drive, Hanson, Mass. Is a dangerous dog or a nuisance dog as defined under General Law, Chapter 140, Section 136A. On April 28th, 2026, the Select Board held a hearing to make such determination and found that the dog, known as Boone, was dangerous, ordering him to be euthanized. The owners of the dog were not present. The owners appealed to district court. It was determined that despite sending notice via first-class regular mail and certified mail, the owners had not received the notice. The parties agreed to remand this matter back to the board for further review. On May 13th, 2026, a new notice of this hearing was sent pursuant to the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 140, Section 157, to determine whether a dog owned by Mr. Stephen Finocchi and Jennifer Matiosis, I can see I'm going to just have to keep repeating this name and slaughtering it if I'm slaughtering. Okay, and kept at 283 Birch Park Drive, Hanson, Mass. Is a dangerous dog or a nuisance dog as defined by General Law, Chapter 140, Section 136A. This notice was served in hand. If the board finds that the dog is dangerous, it will also determine what measures it shall take to protect the public from your dog in accordance with General Law, Chapter 140, Section 157C. Alternatively, if your board finds that your dog is a nuisance, it may order you to take remedial action to ameliorate the cause of the nuisance behavior pursuant to General Law, Chapter 140, Section 157B. The subject to be discussed at the hearing will include, but not be limited to, the following: an alleged incident where on April 4th, 2026, the same dog chased a child residing at 221 Birch Park Drive, requiring intervention by an adult neighbor. An alleged incident where on April 5th, a Belgian Malinois named Boone attacked a leash dog owned by Mr. Nate Pavidis, who was able to pick up his dog to safety, though his dog was bitten. Officers of Hanson Police Department responded. An alleged incident where on April 7th, 2026, the same dog charged a leashed dog and his owner, Greg Swan. And an alleged incident where on April 13th, 2026, the same dog broke loose. A Belgian Malinois named Boone attacked a leash dog owned by Mr. Brian Simonelli, who separated the two dogs by opening the jaws of the dog known as Boone, at which time the dog known as Boone bit Mr. Simonelli. Officers of the Hanson Police Department and members of the Hanson Fire Department responding. The hearing will be held pursuant to the provisions of General Law, Chapter 140, Section 157. All witnesses may testify and present evidence. The owners individually or with an attorney may testify, call and question witnesses, and present evidence. Copies of all reports and other records that may be discussed during the hearing have been provided to the owners as attachments to the notice of the hearing or otherwise will be provided tonight. Prior to offering any evidence, I will entertain a motion to open the hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Prior to offering any evidence, each witness will be sworn in. Who's swearing them in?
I can swear him in.
Okay, because our town clerk is gone.
No, I'll do it.
Okay, great. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to provide is the
No,
whole
that you don't have to read.
truth? Okay. The hearing is open. First, the following records are being admitted into records. Notice of hearings dated April 21st, 2026. Police report incident number 26 HAS-137-OF, incident report April 5th, 2026. Police report incident number 26 HAS-152-OF, incident April 13th, 2026. Fire report incident 2026-000703, incident April 13th, 2026. April 16th, 2026, complaint and request for hearing filed by various neighbors. Email from Joe Kenny to Town Administrator Lisa Green dated April 28th, 2026. Hearing decision dated April 29th, 2026. Agreement for remand. Notice of hearings dated May 13th, 2026. Email from Jennifer Matiosis to Town Council dated May 18th. Email from Animal Control Officer dated May 19th, 2026. And is there some other things that we just got that is not included in this?
And then you have several, well, the documents that Amy initially brought were the documents that were listed.
Okay.
But the documents that Ms. Matiosis brought, she's making copies right now. I don't think she's brought those
No, we don't
back,
have them back.
correct? So those will include the health records of the dog named Boone, various insurance policies for the dog named Boone. And what were the other things, Ms. Matiosis? What, we have your health records? Oh, and the behavioral assessment that was completed last Friday by, who was it?
It's a certified trainer. I included the, information, and that's where he's gonna be going to his board and train.
Okay.
He's gonna be staying at for 8 weeks.
So she's provided those 3 documents.
Okay.
And I think he provided a letter that Boone's been accepted to his program.
All right, but we don't have those yet, so we were just
Okay,
trying to
sorry,
figure out
sorry.
what documents we would be getting. Okay. So at this point, I would like to call the Animal Control Officer. And if you could tell us what your involvement has been and what your most recent experience
Joe,
has
first, let
been.
me swear you in, okay?
Yep.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay.
Okay. Great.
So, my involvement in this, there was 2 dog incidences that were called into the police. The first one was on Easter morning. It came in around like 7:30 or so. I was called out, or called by the police, informed that they had a dog incident where Boone was loose, and went after a dog and a person walking a dog. I was called shortly after saying that it was handled, and they brought up a report, and that was the end of it. I contacted the animal inspector as well to make sure that they were aware and could do the quarantine paperwork for anything that might need to be done. The second.
But you didn't report to the scene?
I didn't report to the scene. I did speak to the owner. Jennifer had reached out to me before I even got contact information.
Okay.
So I was contacted by her, filled in on what happened with the dog, and then the police kind of filled me in on what happened.
Okay, what did you learn happened
I
that
was
day?
told that the dog was loose, it ran out, got into an altercation with another small dog, and there was nothing serious for injuries, and that there was all set as far as I was concerned. It was Easter, so they probably didn't want me going out for no reason.
Was Easter the April
It was-
5th incident? Is
Yeah,
that
it
the
was
one
Easter
you
morning.
Yeah,
April
okay.
7:30, Easter morning.
Okay.
And then the other incident was called into me. It was a incident where I was kind of filled in on what happened. That was a dog. The dog got loose. This was shortly after. I think it was on the 14th. I don't have the papers in front of me, so I think it was on the 14th or something like that. And the dog got loose again. Came out and went after a dog that was being walked. It was a small dog. And a person had an altercation with them. I was kind of vaguely filled in on that one.
A person had the altercation with the dog?
I wasn't told whether or not, like, it's just what I was told.
Yep.
So I wasn't exactly sure what happened with it.
Okay.
Then, from my understanding, I called Jen, I didn't hear back that day, heard back the following day. She was at work. Spoke to her, and I spoke to the animal inspector who was going out to do the quarantine paperwork for the dog bite. And I think at that point, they had already spoken with one of the neighbors, and we had contacted or told them to contact the town in regards to the bite.
And any reported injuries on that incident?
That one, as far as I was aware, there was bites to a hand, from what I was told by the
Bites to a human hand?
To a human hand.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to
So it wasn't
distinguish.
I didn't get a call from a dog on that one, it was like a human hand.
Okay,
But I believe there was stuff with a dog too in that one. It was vaguely reported.
okay.
The only other incident I had since then was on, I believe, it was this past Friday, so I don't know if I can look it up here and get you the date, but it was
15th.
the 15th, yeah. So the 15th of this month, got a call that the neighbor called in, said that the dog had gotten loose again. They said that the dog was out, and then it was recollected. They started out for a few seconds, it was recollected and brought back in. I called and talked to Jennifer, and she said that the dog had gotten, it was during whether it was fencing inspection or something along those lines. And that she was there, she grabbed the dog, and that was the extent of it. But it was during a fencing.
So it escaped the yard, but no contact with any third parties?
There was no interaction with anyone, from what I was told. Like, it was just somebody that saw it, driving by and reported it. The dog had just gotten out, it was in the yard and back over.
Sure, okay. And so, since the last hearing, did you have the opportunity to inspect the property at all?
Yes, so I actually went out this morning, went out to inspect. I sent out some pictures earlier today, Lisa. There's a 5-foot perimeter fence that goes around the area where the dogs go.
Okay.
There's a separate fencing for like a in-ground pool. And then there's inside the perimeter fencing, there's a separate kennel that's set up. So the windows need to be put in. It has cinder blocks that line like the bottom of it. And then the windows also tethered. The tether was attaching inside of the inside back door. The dog you put before it went outside, and then the tether came to about where the kennel ended.
Okay. And do you all have copies of those photos?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, we have.
Yep. I know somebody has their hand raised, but we're actually we're going to take people in order. And one of the things that our administrative assistant said, that it was very difficult to do minutes from the last hearing because I did not conduct an orderly hearing and I was allowing people to speak out of turn. So I'm going to do my darndest to comply with the request to have an orderly hearing and have one person speaking at a time.
Can I also make a suggestion, just based off of what I was reading up here? It specifically states that when we call a witness, we as a board, which I'm assuming we're through you, was asking the question, and then the dog owner gets to ask a question. There's nothing here about the public opinion getting to ask questions.
Yep.
So I want to just get clarification that if we're, like, when we're talking about letting people speak one at a time, there's only 2 parties identified that are allowed to speak to the witnesses. So the people have to wait and we'll speak to them.
That's right. And I'm sorry, Joe, I always jump in.
That's fine. I do the same thing, as you can tell, so I don't mind. Yeah.
It's like bread in the bone.
Yeah.
I'm the youngest of 4 girls, so I always have to jump in. Okay, and Joe, these pictures that you emailed today, are they the pictures that you took this morning?
This morning, afternoon, I guess.
And looking at, and you don't have it in front of you, is this a picture? It's like the 5th picture, and it shows a dog in an enclosure.
Yeah,
Is that
so
the dog in question?
That is the dog in question. That is the enclosure that it's set up for.
Okay. And,
The way it is currently set up, in that picture, you might be able to see it. It's so that the kennel is in an area where the run can reach into the kennel. So it's not very well, it's inside.
oh, I see, so he's connected to the tether and then
Yeah,
while on the
so
tether,
from the
tether.
inside of the
We'll ask
back
them
door,
afterwards.
from the inside of the back door to the walk to the kennel, and the kennel, the tether can actually go inside the kennel. So the dog, while it's outside, can be tethered even while in the kennel.
What's the purpose of those cement blocks though? To me, it appears that it's just holding the fence as opposed to preventing digging.
So typically, the cement blocks, if it lives on the bottom, because it increases the space of where the kennel would touch the ground, so it's a little bit easier. I did recommend that there be pavers placed around the perimeter inside there,
Yeah.
so that this prevents the ability to dig down. But it's a commonplace thing to put blocks underneath the fencing. It just prevents it from being able to be pushed or moved. But I do recommend having pavers put on the bottom of the thing to prevent digging.
Okay, and is this area sufficiently shaded for if the board
Yeah.
were inclined to
Yeah, so
deal with this?
If it was to be something where the dog was left out permanently, I'd say no. Right?
Okay.
If it's something where the dog's left out versus if he just goes outside for like 15, 20 minutes, I think it's 15 minutes now. So, it's like to go back and that kind of thing. They don't need a shelter in there. If it was something where the dog was going to be left out
Like during the day?
during the day, like while people went out or just a couple hours at a time, it would need to have a dog house or something like that put aside.
Okay. And one other question, so is this enclosure within the other fence structure or is it separate?
So that little enclosure is inside the other fenced-in area.
And did you meet this Boone?
I did meet Boone.
Okay. What did you talk about?
So, not a lot, so he's definitely high energy.
Yeah.
I didn't go in with him individually.
Okay.
I've been bitten enough times to know not to put my hand in with a dog that might bite me. So I'm not going to take a chance with it. So he was not.
Our workers' compensation insurance thanks you.
Yeah, I don't even know if I qualify for that because I'm like not even a part-time worker. I think the dog seemed pretty standard for a puppy. It wasn't barking at me while I was out there. It wasn't doing anything abnormal.
Okay.
But I did have the dog put away before I went into the perimeter.
Okay, and likewise, had you had any opportunity to interview or meet with the neighbors who were the complainants relative to this?
No, so I had spoken to a couple of them on the phone over the course of the time, and that was about it. I didn't personally meet them, just phone calls.
Okay. And how long have you been a dog, an ACO?
In Hanson, I think it's about 6 years.
And prior to that, did you have experience?
Yeah, I've done it for about 9 years in 3 towns.
Okay. And is there particular training that you undergo to?
Yeah, it's like animal standard state training for animal control stuff.
Okay.
Well, I do exotics. I have dogs. I've grown up with animals my whole life. But that's about where I go with it.
Okay. And in your training and experience, do you have a recommendation as to, first part, whether or not this dog should be deemed dangerous or whether or not this dog should be deemed a nuisance? Do you have an opinion?
So it's hard to say I have an opinion on it. Fortunately, it's not my decision to make. So I would lean away from saying that it's a nuisance dog because it's been loose, it's had interactions with people, and that in itself would qualify it more for a dangerous dog hearing. So if that decision's made, I would probably fall along the lines of dangerous dog. I usually recommend a list of options to choose from. I usually recommend at least a 6-foot leash, muzzle when the dog's out, as well as secure kennel, 6-foot fencing, and a solid bottom, concrete bottom. I think that's part of the options.
Yeah.
As additional, you can recommend, think is not a bad idea would be something like insurance or something I'm talking about.
Specialized insurance, that's different than
It's like
just
a
regular
liability
homeowners
insurance
insurance.
on the dog.
Okay.
Pretty standard.
And those recommendations, just to be clear, is this kennel as set up, I don't know if that's what it's called, this enclosure
Yeah, so
as
in my
currently
opinion,
constituted?
I'd say the building inspector would probably have to look at it to make sure it meets the requirements for it. I think the way that the law is written is it's slab, so I don't know if it meets those requirements. I think it has a concrete bottom, so you could put pavers on it, I think that would probably pass. I just don't know exactly. I've never had to do one, to be honest with you, so. I would say that a concrete bottom could be a concrete slab, or it could be concrete board. It would come up with it.
Okay. Let's look at the, and I'll try to do this without my glasses. All right. So, under the law, the options for a kennel would be confined to the premises, indoors or outdoors in a securely enclosed and locked pen or dog run area upon the premises, provided that the pen shall have a secure roof, which this would have to be modified for that, and such enclosure has no floor secured to the sides thereof. The sides shall be embedded into the ground for not less than 2 feet, which would prevent the digging underneath and escaping. And, shelter, let's see what else. That's just the kennel part. There is something about, cement floors, but I can't seem to find it, so that prevents them digging.
Know the exact wording on it.
So, okay, is it your recommendation this evening to euthanize the dog or otherwise?
That's not my decision to make. And I'm stand firmly on that, it's not my decision to make. I would recommend that it's looked at. Like I said, and I said that in the last meeting too, I think we have to hear both sides of the story before you can make that decision. And I think that there's steps that can be taken and up to euthanasia that I would usually recommend prior to that on the amount of incidents that have happened, but it's up to a board. Unfortunately, that's not my job.
Okay, understood. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Does the board have
Mr.
questions?
Millisey, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Weeks. Go
I mean, I got a question, you go first.
Okay, so, I have a border collie, rambunctious little border collie too, he's a mutt. We have 5-foot fences at our property. When he jumps high, he can clear those fences if he really wanted to.
Yeah.
These look to be about 5-foot fences, like you stated before, right? This dog can, I'm almost certain, can jump over those fences, right? Is it a 5-foot fence property, or a 5-foot fence across the entire property? Okay, so previous him getting out, how was he getting out? Was he going over the 5-foot fence or under?
As far as I'm aware, it was under.
Okay, so he was digging under the 5-foot fence? Okay. I mean, I have questions, but they're not necessarily for you, so go ahead, Joe.
And Frank, if it helps, my recollection, and I'm not 100% sure, and we'd have to ask the dog owner, but I think there was an issue where her fence had been damaged in a storm, and so it wasn't actually digging, it was getting through a broken fence, but I'm not 100% sure on that. That's what was reported to my colleague who handled the remand.
Okay, so is that accurate, Joe? Do you have?
Yeah, I know there was fence damage during the snowstorm that we had. And I can't speak on exactly how the dog got out because I don't think it was exactly known.
We can ask the owner when she.
Well, so that's why, yes, Okay, that makes sense to me. Okay, and so when you were over there,
Along the back part of the fencing, there was some additional, like wire grate things added, to the back to secure the bottom of the fencing. So that
chicken wire?
It wasn't chicken wire, it was like, I think they're like a shelving type unit, it was like a thicker metal, that was used to kind of like run the back line of the fence to prevent the fence from being pushed out.
so when you saw this dog, when you saw Boone, let me spell this dog, his name's Boone. When you saw Boone out there in the enclosure over there was no signs of,
Yeah, he wasn't barking at me or he wasn't acting aggressively.
was he running around playing? Like, was he trying to, was he curious? Okay, he was tethered inside of the crate?
And he
or
was
inside of
pretty calm while I was there. It was nothing overly unusual for a dog.
Okay. That's all I got.
Mr. Weeks?
Yeah, so I guess, you know, there's a couple different things. Starting with the kennel. The kennel itself, even according to what you just read off, isn't suitable for even what we need to do, even if we were to go in that direction. There's still no roof. I think, you know, I've had dogs my entire life. Cinder blocks on the top of the ground is not suitable. That just keeps the fence up. There's no way, without even reading that, you would have to dig into the ground to make sure there's no penetration. And even since the last hearing, did I hear correctly that the dog once again got out?
Yes.
So we can keep making excuses for the dog getting out, but the reality is the dog keeps getting out. And when are we going to stop with this? We made a recommendation last time and took a unanimous vote that this was a dangerous dog. Is that still, because I respect that you don't want to push back, but I'm respectfully going to tell you that legally you have to give us a recommendation. So what is your recommendation? Is it a dangerous dog? Is it a nuisance dog or not? From your...
My recommendation, so it's not legally, I don't have to do that. There might be a town bylaw, but state-wise, it's up to the...
We make the final decision, but your recommendation is what we go off of.
As my recommendation would be to deem the dog a dangerous dog on the basis that the neighbors are nervous around the dog.
So,
okay, that is helpful, and I appreciate that. That being said, there's a whole bunch of other things that, in terms of recommendations, that, and I need clarification on this, why I was waiting to get my turn to ask these questions. So, the last time we had taken this, and I am open to the idea that I misunderstood this, that when we determined that it was a dangerous dog, we were given a set of options, but I kept hearing that once we determine it's a dangerous dog, euthanasia is what we were effectively saying. Now it sounds like...
No.
So let me finish.
That's what we were told.
That's literally what we were told.
told that.
I am not going to get gaslit in thinking anything else. What I'm asking is, now, if that has changed, what are the options for the record? So I can make a determination.
The way these hearings work is you have to deem the dog a nuisance or dangerous.
Yes.
Right? Once you deem the dog a nuisance or dangerous, there's a list of different options you can choose.
Right, we determined it was dangerous.
So if you decide that the dog is dangerous,
Yeah.
there's a list, and you can choose from that list what you want to do.
Okay, so can we read
I can read
into the record what that list is?
The list is from section 157C, and it provides, and I want to be clear, what I said at the hearing was that you can't banish the dog. That's against the law.
Right, remove it to somebody else.
Okay.
We heard that as well.
Okay, so that the dog be humanely restrained, provided, however, that no order shall provide that a dog deemed dangerous be chained, tethered, or otherwise tied to an inanimate object, including but not limited to a tree, post, or building. That the dog be confined to the premises of the keeper of the dog, provided, however, that confined shall mean securely confined indoors or confined outdoors in a securely enclosed and locked pen or a dog run area upon the premises of the owner or keeper, provided provided further that such pen or dog run shall have a secure roof, and if such enclosure has no floor, secured to the sides thereof. The sides shall be embedded into the ground for not less than 2 feet, and provided further that within the confines of such pen or dog run, a dog house or a proper shelter from the elements be provided to protect the dog. That when removed from the premises, the owner or the premises of the person keeping the dog shall be securely and humanely muzzled and restrained with a chain or other tethering device having a minimum tensile strength of 300 pounds and not exceeding 3 feet in length. That the owner or keeper of the dog provide proof of insurance in an amount not less than $100,000, insuring the owner or keeper against any claim, loss, damage, or injury to persons, domestic animals, or property resulting from the acts, whether intentional or unintentional, of the dog, or proof that reasonable efforts were made to obtain such insurance if a policy has not been issued, provided, however, that if a policy of insurance has been issued, the owner or keeper shall produce such policy upon request of the hearing authority or a justice of the district court, and provided further that if a policy has not been issued, the owner or keeper shall produce proof of efforts to obtain such insurance. That the owner of the dog provide a licensing authority or animal control officer in the order information by which the dog may be identified throughout its lifetime, including but not limited to photos, videos, veterinarian examination, tattooing or microchip implantations, or a combination of such methods of identification. That unless an owner or keeper of the dog provides evidence that a veterinarian is of the opinion the dog is unfit for alterations because of a medical condition, the owner or keeper of the dog shall cause the dog to be altered so that the dog shall not be reproductively intact, or the dog be humanely euthanized. Those are your options.
Okay.
So Kate, can you just read the last part of that as well, please?
Oops.
Under the GLC 140, 157.
Which part am I supposed to
Just
read?
the very last
No order
paragraph.
shall be issued. On
Hang
page
on.
5.
Oh, page 5, let's see.
Same
Hang
page
on.
that you.
It's the same page. It's the very last paragraph.
Oh, okay. No order shall be issued directing that a dog deemed dangerous but shall be removed from the town or the city in which the owner of the dog resides. No city or town shall regulate dogs in a manner that is specific to a breed.
Okay, so do we have any more questions for our animal control officer?
I mean, yeah, do you have any recommendations if we were to determine this to maintain it as a dangerous dog? Do you have any recommendations based on this that we should take into consideration?
Yeah, my recommendation would be the kennel, walking the dog on the, I think it's a 3-foot now, 3-foot leash and muzzle on the dog.
Okay.
Any
That's all.
questions from you guys?
No, I just, the only thing I see here is I see a puppy that was not properly trained. And even if they keep the dog, I do think that this dog has got to be properly trained. It's not a pet. It's a working dog that needs something to do. It's not stupid. It's a very smart animal. And I think it needs, if they're going to keep it, they need to train it properly.
Okay. All right, so I think, Mr. Hill, are you, okay. So I think we probably want to start with,
The residents.
Yep, the residents.
I
So,
think according to this, you have to let her cross-examine. You have to let the dog owner cross-examine.
Do you have anything to? No. Okay.
Are we okay to, so, listen, I understand it's a interesting situation, but, is it out of order for us to ask the owner questions? Or she must be
She's
sworn
gonna
in?
come up.
She's gonna be a
she's
witness.
gonna come
Okay.
up, but we need to have the, folks that were impacted.
Okay, come up first and then the
we'll
owner.
have
Okay.
her come
okay.
up.
So essentially you put on your case in chief and then there's the defense that comes up.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Sorry, I've never been to court before.
So I don't know if any of the,
So I think, Mr. Simonelli, did you want to?
I do.
Okay.
I think you will.
Well,
first if you want. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm ready. Right, good?
Yep, and then she's gonna swear you in.
Thank you.
So could you state your name and address for the record?
Nathaniel Clavitas, resident of 221 Birch Park Drive.
And will you raise your right hand and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
That's what.
Okay.
Thank you.
So why don't you just tell the board what happened?
Okay. April 4th, a Saturday, the day before Easter. I was doing routine yard work, all the residents usually do. My son usually takes his bike for a loop around the neighborhood on the sidewalk. And within about maybe 20 minutes of him taking off up the street, I saw him, screaming and yelling, "Come help me, pedaling as fast as he can." Didn't think nothing of it until I looked up and I saw that a dog was kind of keeping pace with him, kind of like, not chasing him, like going after him, but just like keeping pace with him. So he was pedaling as fast as he could. It took me a while to process it, but my neighbors, Mrs. Bray, came out hearing my son screaming. She came out and kind of just came out to the edge of her lawn. My son came to me and really didn't, he wasn't really frightened or, he was alarmed, but he wasn't really like scared or frightened or anything. It just, a dog was chasing him. So I kind of didn't think really much of it, but I probably should have paid more attention to it, but I didn't think nothing of it. The very next morning, I took our dog. We have a 25 pound beagle. I usually take her out every morning, usually for a walk. It's a mile loop in our neighborhood. I started coming around, I go counterclockwise, coming around to the 283. The dog came from behind the house and started like charging right towards us. So with the speed that the dog was coming at us, I tried to pull my dog in real quickly. And the dog just went right for our dog and kind of tumbled on the ground, kind of rolling around. So I know the report came in at 7:30, but it was really more, I think I called the dispatcher probably around maybe 7:15, so this was about 6:30, and it was bright and early to hear my neighbors, hearing two dogs going at it and me yelling at the top of my lungs. So I was able to grab the dog. It had a chain collar or something like, I remember I didn't grab it by its scruff, I just grabbed it by the collar and was straining it. And my dog was frightened, terrified, and I was more nervous for my dog running off in the woods. I was trying to get my dog to get her leash, so I yelled out to our neighbor, Mr. Swan, screaming at the top of my lungs, "Greg, get out here," so just to make sure that my dog didn't run off. So I took the dog, knowing where the house that it came from, I went to that door as best as I could to try to bring the dog. I mean, they'll probably say I dragged the dog, but I was bringing the dog as best as I could to the door. I rang the doorbell. An older gentleman came to the door. I had some very heated words to say about it, so I tried to, just tell him, like, your dog should be chained up. It's too early in the morning for this. A lot of choice words, and I tried to hand the dog back to him. And I was in the process of handing the dog back to him. He lost control of the dog, and the dog took off again.
Outside of the house? Came out of the house?
Yes.
Okay.
This was on like the front steps of the house. So at that point, when the dog took off, just bolted towards my neighbor, Greg Swan's house, that's when we called the dispatch.
And when the dog was coming at you and your dog, was it growling, barking? What was it doing? What was it?
Basically it was in like my, like to give my description of, like, basically it was just like, it perceived like it was going to pounce or like basically lunge towards, and that's what exactly it did. It lunged towards our dog, and I hear my dog yelping and crying, so I'm trying to just pull the dog off as best, try to get my dog or pull that dog off of her.
Did it bite the dog, or you separated it before it made contact?
They were rolling around. When I went home, the dispatcher asked me, are there any marks, any blood or anything? I'm not a veterinarian. I looked my dog over very well. I didn't feel anything broken. I didn't see any blood. I didn't see anything. My dog was terrified, but I didn't see any marks or any punctures or anything that led me to believe that the dog had, drew blood or broke the skin or, harmed her in
physical harm, so.
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Mosely.
so a couple questions. So when the dog was chasing your son, did you ever feel that your son was in danger during that time? Or was it more of just kind of like, I'm trying to phrase this properly, so excuse me, but when the dog was chasing your son on the bike, did you feel like the dog was just chasing in more of like a play way, or more of like, once I get that kid, it's gonna go down?
Again, it was, when I saw it, I just saw a dog keeping pace with it. It didn't really, for lack of a better term, click with me right away. Of course, when I hear my son screaming, yelling, "Help me!"
Yeah,
as
100%.
fast as he can, so it didn't click until he came there, but it was, by the time it got to, the cul-de-sac right in there, the dog had stopped and like returned back, so my son was, at that point in front of the Braze house, just like pedaling home, so.
Okay, and then, second question, when you were bringing the dog back to the house, did it ever try to bite you when you had its collar going back to the house?
No, I had a pretty firm grip on the dog.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to check me on this one, because I want to make sure this question's appropriate, but do you feel, because it's more opinionated, so I want to be cognizant of that. Do you feel safe in the community now with that dog?
No.
Okay. Do you feel that
Sorry.
No, that, you answered my question. Do you feel that based off of the description of the things that have been put in place from the previous witness, that those remedies are going to keep the community safe?
I'm unable to answer that. I mean, I don't know. I haven't tested it. I haven't, none of us have gone by to inspect it.
Okay.
If you, like you were saying, if there's a building inspector that needs to inspect this, I don't know. My only concern is that we live in a neighborhood with several little kids, a lot of, and after school, they all basically walk home coming off the bus. Ages between like newborn, we have a few women, that are expecting, that are, take their, usually their walks. We have a lot of people in the neighborhood that, again, I was able to restrain the dog. There are not a lot of people that can.
Yeah, no, we've heard that. And then my last question is, I guess, when you brought the dog back to the home, did the person seem to know the dog was gone in the first place? And then subsequently, when it immediately broke back out, did anybody notice that the dog was gone? From your perspective?
When I first brought the dog to the door,
Yeah.
rang the doorbell and they came to the door, so they didn't, my opinion, I feel like that nobody had realized the dog had gotten out. When the dog, when it was basically an exchange trying to hand it back to the owner, the dog kind of got a little squirrely and then took off. Somebody else came back, somebody else came out of the home to call the dog back.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Was there an acknowledgement, like, I'm sorry that this dog got out, or?
Yes,
Okay.
there was. There was and again, my apologies to the gentleman that answered the door. Again, very early in the morning, Easter morning, I had some choice, crass words, that I probably had used. I was very worked up, in that moment. But they seemed very apologetic that the dog had got up, saying, "I'm sorry, I understand, I'm sorry." So there was acknowledgement that it was like, that they were sorry that the dog had gotten out.
But it was a surprise that it got out. Okay.
In my opinion.
Yep, that's all we're asking is yours. Did anybody have any questions down here? No?
I have one other question, or two, I think. When the dog escaped after you had returned the dog and he slipped out again, and you said someone went out to call the dog, did the dog listen to the owner and come back in, or was he running around and they had to chase him down and tackle him?
The second person that came out, I think they kind of went after him, and I think the dog responded to that person better, I would say.
Okay. And also, when the dog came out, the day that you were with your dog, because I don't think you were there, you only saw your son coming back home, or your child, I don't know who it was. Did you see how the dog escaped could you see where he came from?
The angle that I have, it's a lot of trees from my neighbor's house, so I heard my son yelling, help me, and just pedaling as fast as he could, and I saw the dog keeping pace, and it was I would say maybe a duration of call it like 2 or 3 seconds, but when I heard that, I looked up and I saw him pedaling, the dog keeping pace with him.
And what about the second time when you were walking your dog and he got out and approached you and your beagle? Did you see how the dog escaped that day? Also not.
On the drive, well, I didn't see how it got out. It just kind of came around to the left of the house, like where the garage and the driveway was. It just kind of came from around there and just, for lack of a better term, beeline, right? It was just a straight line, towards my dog.
Okay, understood.
No. Okay, all right. Any other? Okay, thank you so much, and we're sorry, that happened to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Who would like to get up next? Okay.
This is so much fun.
We're sorry to put you through this again.
Would you state your name and address for the record, please?
344 Bird Park.
Okay, and will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And why don't you tell the board what happened?
Well, it was Monday. I think it was the day after Easter. I'm not sure the particular day. It was in April. And I was walking my dog. It's a 8-pound Maltese, as you know. And we were just heading down around, like we always do, around the block. And like I say, I have a carriage that the dog likes to get in and out of. And thank God I had it that day. And as I was walking by the house, this dog, it didn't attack me, it ambushed me, it came up behind me, and it was stealth quiet. I had no idea it was coming. It wasn't barking like a normal dog. It wasn't announcing its direction at all. And before I knew it, the thing had just, come up and run right around this carriage that I had. And unfortunately, I didn't have my dog in the carriage, which usually happens halfway around the block or something because she gets tired. And it just swung right around and it grabbed my dog right by the neck and it picked my dog up. And I'm in shock and I'm sitting there looking at it and I'm like, my dog is dead. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, my instincts just took over. So I literally got on the ground. I wouldn't have done this if I was, in a normal state of mind, but I got on the ground and I put my hands in the dog's mouth and I pulled its mouth open and my dog got out and I was just so thankful. And it was on a leash and I had the leash on my arm and so the dog couldn't go too far. And this dog just wanted to go after the other dog and I just kept pushing it. And that's when it bit me on the hand. And if you read the police report, it bit me on the elbow and the arm and it bit me on the leg. So, and it bit my dog as well. And, but I was able to keep it off. And then finally, somebody came out. It was a young man, about 25 years old. I don't know how old. But he came out and the dog had a leash on it. And he was able to grab the dog and pull it off me because I'm still kicking the dog and holding it back because my dog is like now going that way. And I was so concerned that, it was going to get it really wanted to get my dog, and I was fighting it to not get it, because he thought it was a rabbit or something. I don't know what it was doing, but I don't think like a dog, so I don't know what it was doing. But I think you said it was some type of, it's a unique breed of dogs that's really made for, police dogs or something, and it's supposed to be really well trained. And I just want to say for the record that I don't blame the dog for what it did. I blame the people that have this dog because it's gotten out so many times and terrorized so many people. And I mean, I've been in a lot of situations in my life, and I've never been more scared than being on that ground, facing that dog, and just, fighting it and keeping it off. And if that person didn't come out and grab that, you know, the leash, because it was on the leash, but the leash was unattended, and pull that dog away, I don't know what I would have done. I really don't. And, you know, again, and I was recovering at the time from, I fell at work and I broke eight ribs.
Oh, boy.
And I was, you know, on the ground rolling around. It was 3 weeks earlier. And it didn't really upset that much, but it was just a terrorizing situation. And I just want to say, I'm a dog owner. I love dogs. I've had dogs my whole life. You have, we all have, everybody here probably has. And that, what happened to me wasn't that dog's fault. It wasn't. It was the people that own it. And they do not take care of it. Take it out so many times. There's an issue with what's going on there. And I don't care. You can put an 8-foot fence up. I don't care. But the last thing I want to do is see that dog die because of what these people did. That's all. I just think that's what the law does is what the law does. And I just want you to know that that's how I feel about it. But it was uncomfortable. It was a bad situation to be in. And now I've lived in Birchbach Drive for 39 years, almost as long as the Panakis have. And I've been there and walked dogs around that block, and like somebody said, we all have children there. We've all raised generations of children there, and it's always been safe, and it's not safe anymore. And I just heard today they may be selling, and might be moving, and they've got trainers, and whatever they have to do, I don't care, but I just do not want that dog in this neighborhood. If they can find a way to move that dog somewhere else, then I have no problem with that, but I can't live in that neighborhood with that dog. I'm just too afraid to even walk down that way, and my wife is too. My wife, she wasn't home at the time. And it's her dog, because I told her when our last dog died, and she got this dog, I'm like, all right, the last dog was mine, this one's yours. And she went to South Korea, as you know, for a week with my daughter. And the last thing she said to me was, take care of Rhea, make sure she's okay. I'm like, no, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. And like I say, when I saw that dog, my dog's neck, I was like, I just lost it. I just, you know, it was the saddest thing. I thought the dog was dead. So it cost me $250 for the dog's vet. It cost me $500 to get shots and take antibiotics. So I'm out some, you know, serious money, but, you know, and nobody ever approached me. Nobody ever came up to me and said, you know, hey, we're sorry what happened. Is there anything we can do? I mean, it just, you know, not that I expected them to, because I don't know whether they even knew what happened. I mean, the only one that knew was that young man who came out and literally saved me by taking the dog away. And as he was taking away, he kept saying, are you all right? Are you all right? I'm just, get that dog away from me. I do not want, just go, get that dog in the house. And he was strong enough to pull it in. So I know the last gentleman brought it up to the house and handed it to somebody that couldn't handle it. But for whatever reason, this young man was able to take the dog away. And it was on a leash, but I was too busy just trying to fight it off of me to grab the leash like he did. You know, it was just a very difficult situation. Not something anybody should be in Hanson or in Birchbach Drive or anywhere, to be honest with you. So.
Do you mind sticking there for a minute to see if anybody's got any questions for you? Okay.
I have a couple of questions. So when you brought your dog to the vet, what types of procedures did they do for the dog?
They shaved it where it was punctured. It was punctured on the shoulder blades on both sides, because it had the dog right by the nape of the neck, and it was shaking it like, literally like a rabbit. It probably thought it was a rabbit. I don't know, but you know, it's 8 pounds and it's a white dog. So,
sure.
You know, it's a Maltese, and they shaved it and they gave it a shot. You know, but we didn't know whether it had rabies or not. But our dog was up on its rabies shot, and so I went to the doctors as well, and I had to get a tetanus shot and I had to get antibiotics for my wounds. But
Did you get any stitches or?
no stitches, they're all puncture wounds. So
Okay.
they don't stitch puncture wounds, but, they put bandages. I actually, when I called the police showed up and the ambulance showed up and the fire department showed up and they looked at it, and said, they wanted to take me to the hospital, take me in the ambulance to the hospital, but I said, I had a doctor's appointment the very next day to follow up on my rib injury. So I said, I'll just go tomorrow to my doctor and I'll have them take care of it, and they did. So they said, you don't need stitches. They just, gave me an antibiotic and gave me a tetanus. And they said, we want to test you for rabies, so they took blood and made sure that, that we didn't know whether that dog had, some other issue at all. But like I say, the dog just, it came out of nowhere. It didn't bark at all. And that was really, normally, you see dogs coming, big dogs or whatever, they start barking at you and you're able to, they alarm you that they're coming. I had no idea this thing was just coming up behind me as quick as it did. And it really didn't want me. It just, swung right around this little carriage I have and unfortunately the dog wasn't in the carriage because I would have been able to protect it and pick it up and hold it, but it was on the ground and in no time it was good. And then I was in shock. I just, saw what was happening. And my dog's not gonna live. It was tough.
And this is an awful question to ask, I'm sorry to do it, but when you were bitten, was it in the course of opening the jaws and he was trying to go back at your dog, or did he turn to bite you? Like, can you describe that, or do you recall? I'm not sure what your memory is.
It was all in the flash. I pulled the dog's mouth open, and that's the only way my dog got out.
Yeah.
Was to be able to do that, otherwise it was clenched in the dog's mouth. I mean, it was like, it had it. It was an 80-pound dog. I don't know what it weighed, but it was a bigger dog than my dog.
Sure.
And I just literally pulled its mouth open and put my hands in there. But it bit me on the back again, and then when it got away, when my dog got away, it tried to get my dog again. I put my arm up, and it bit my arm, then I put my leg up, and it bit my leg. So it might have been trying to get the dog out.
You were blocking essentially with your arm.
I could, because I still had my dog on my leash. So I knew it could only get 3 feet away.
Sure.
So, and I had to keep that dog from getting it. And by the time I kept fighting that dog off, I don't know who came out. Somebody said, is his name Cole? I don't know, but whatever. I was screaming at the top of my lungs, just like that, man.
Sure.
And saying like, all I said, reading was, let go of my dog, let go of my dog. He just kept pulling his mouth open. And somebody heard me and came out and finally corralled that dog and got off. I don't know what happened if it didn't happen. I mean, I should thank them. I don't know who he is.
Yeah.
He kept asking me, are you okay, you okay? And I'm like, just get that dog out of here. I gotta get out of here. I was totally in shock at that time, so.
And did you snap any pictures of either the injuries of your dog or yourself? Do you have them with you?
I do.
Okay, in a minute, could you show them to the board? And maybe you could provide them to Lisa, copies of them. Do you have any scarring as a result? Are there marks from where the dog bit you?
It's just puncture wounds. I mean, yeah, I've got several puncture wounds, but again, it was just, on top of everything else, it was just a financial burden that I didn't expect to do when I'm walking around the block. That's all, that I had to go take care of my dog and take care of myself. So.
And when the young man was able to grab the dog on the leash, was the dog trying to continue to go after you, or did he simply walk back with the owner to the house?
He wanted to get to me, and probably my dog more than me, but I had now corralled my dog, and I didn't even know what type of shape it was in at that time.
Sure.
I just picked it up and put it in my carriage that I have, and I said, And he says, are you okay? I'm like, just, all I said was, get that dog away, just get it away. You know, go back in. And he had a good hold on it and whatever. He didn't let go of it again. I don't know what would have happened, but he took the dog away and I went home at that point. And then 5 minutes later, I looked and I looked at my wounds and I'm like, and I looked at the dog and I'm like, I said, I gotta report this. I said, you know, I was contemplating, I'm like, I didn't know what to do, because I don't wanna call them the cops, you know,
Sure.
for, you know, somebody driving by in a wild car, I don't care. I mean, but this, I thought was something that had to be reported. And then come to find out, there was so many other incidents as well, so that was concerning that it happened so many times. All I know is my wife walks there all the time. She walks around that block with the carriage, with the dog, and if that ever happened to her, I don't know what would have happened. You know? I don't think she could have controlled that and stopped that from happening. And, you know, that was concerning to me, it really was. And again, I know you're the owners, and I just want to apologize. I love dogs, and I don't think it's the dog's fault. I just really don't. I just think that there's an issue there that dog gets out too many times to, you know, if it was once or twice or whatever, it's just constant. And now we don't even go that way. We just walk up. I live on the backside of the hill, Bird Park Drive. We walk up the hill, down the hill, turn around and come back. We don't even go that way.
Mr. Seminelli, Matiosis, would like to respond to.
I actually would like to have responded to the earlier person as well, but, it's okay. My question is, first of all, how come, because I spoke to the police officers right after both incidences as well as got the police report. So, I got pretty thorough, I was not obviously present for either one, but, both officers told me that in the report, in the police report, that there were no injuries to your dog. So how is that different? Like, how did I don't understand that, I guess is my question.
I couldn't tell you why. I told them that the dog was bitten.
My son also was there as well, and the dog.
I want to be clear, the hearing is not for Mr. Seminelli.
I know.
It's fine if you want to ask him questions, but he's not,
It is a
yes.
question.
Just to correct you, I'm sorry. So I have the police report right in front of me, and it does say that the dog was bitten in the neck. So it says it did bite R/P, I don't know what that means, R/PS dog on the neck. So, or maybe that's responding person in the neck on, it's the one from 413.
Which is the situation with Mr.
413, yeah, but this is the one from Mrs. Seminelli. If you look 3/4 of the way down the page, it says it did bite R/PS dog on the neck.
That's why last time Brian reported no injuries to his dog.
I don't see where it says that,
Pictures,
but.
which he's willing to show us.
So, yeah.
Question, I'm not, I mean,
You have a right under the rules to ask them whatever questions you
I have
want,
one
so
more
please
question
ask.
that I was gonna ask. When that occurred, and first of all, I know you don't want to get into this, I do want to apologize, because it's after me, but my dog was on a long leash because he was we were training the dog, and I just want to ask you, did you ever just see him, or did you see any of my other dogs at any point, just him by himself?
No, just that dog that, literally, when I was.
My son was right behind him with the leash because he had escaped under the fence. My son hopped over the fence. It was literally right behind him.
So
That's my question. Did he pull him off?
By the time your son pulled up, is it in cold?
No.
No, I beg your pardon. I didn't know somebody was telling me.
Yeah.
By the time somebody showed up, the young man that pulled the dog off, I was already on the ground. I was already putting my hands in that dog's mouth, getting my dog out, and I was bitten 3 times. And by the time that happened, I was still kicking the dog away, and finally somebody showed up. It wasn't immediate. It wasn't like.
I wasn't there.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Mrs. Simonelli, can you, and I know it's hard, these dog attacks don't happen in 10 minutes. They're not 10-minute events. They're very quick. How long would you say this whole event from start to finish lasted for?
Less than a minute.
Less than a minute, okay.
It was very rapid by the time that dog attacked my dog and I got on the ground.
And then the owner came and
then-
took it with a
yeah,
leash.
And then by the time it all happened, I'd say it was, within a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, that somebody came out finally, but it was probably me screaming more than somebody just following that dog 10 seconds behind the dog getting out, but I don't know.
Okay.
I wished it was, because
Yeah.
it would have been a lot easier.
Second question I have is, how's your dog doing now?
It's fine. It's more of a mental thing now because it doesn't want to go around the block anymore.
That was
so.
my question
Yeah.
was, would you say you and or your dog are suffering from some level of PTSD about it? Like, is it gonna change anything in your house?
We just changed the way we go. I mean, the way we walk, but the dog still doesn't want to go out of the block. He just stays in the yard. He doesn't like to go out. And, it used to love to go around the block, but now he knows, but it's just a small dog. So every dog kind of scares it, naturally. But it's a friendly dog. I mean, it's never bitten anybody, but, yeah, it's just one of those things that we just know. I mean, again,
I had one.
we're dog owners. I mean, that's it. It's our responsibility as dog owners to take care of dogs. It really is. It's you can't let a dog, especially this dog and this breed that it is. I don't know what it is. Somebody told me many times, but I can't remember the breed.
Belgian Malinois.
Yeah, Belgian Malinois.
And it's really kind of bred for being a police dog, or, to be really trained really well, and it has to be really, taken care of. And I don't believe it's a house dog. I just don't.
And I understand what you're saying, but we want to understand what your experience is, and I think we have to try to stay away from anything having to do with the breed of the dog, because that's the regulations that we really have.
It's explicitly in the law as well.
Yeah.
I had one more question. I'm sorry, this might seem like an insensitive question, but it does make a difference. Did you feel like that dog was ever going after you as a person? Like, other than when you were defending your dog and stuff, like, do you feel like that dog would have ever went after you as a person?
You're asking me to think like the dog.
Well, I'm feeling it in this situation. Did you feel like that dog was like shifted his focus over to you and just would start going after you? I mean,
All I know is that it bit my hand, and
Yeah.
I put my leg up, and I put my hand up to block the dog. It bit my arm, and then I put my leg up because I knew it was still going to the dog. So, and it bit my leg. So it bit me 3 times, and then finally, my dog was still, curling around, trying to get away from this thing. And that's when finally, the young man came out and grabbed the leash. I don't know what would have happened if he didn't come out and get it. I don't know.
thank you.
But all I know is that dog was trying to get through me
Yeah, to get to your dog.
to get to the dog.
All right, did anybody have any other questions for Mr. Simonelli? Mr. Weeks, you good, or?
No, you answered all the questions during your statement, that I would have asked. And
Okay.
So I think it's important to have a full record. If you do have those photos and would like to submit them as an exhibit to the board, you can even sit down and look and then provide it to the board later. You can just show them on your phone if you have it. And then you can text them to Lisa. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize you wanted to ask the other gentleman questions. We can bring him back up because it is your right.
Go for it when I talk to him.
Yeah, but if you have questions for him,
Yeah.
you
Well, I
should
was
ask
just
him
wondering,
directly.
yeah, that would be a good thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Yep. All right, thank you, Mr. Simonelli. And do you mind coming back up again? Thank you.
Sorry about that, that was my bad. You're still under oath.
The first incident, the April 4th Saturday one where you said my dog had escaped, the first, so that would have been the first time ever escaped from the yard since the day got, was a Saturday, April 4th. Can you tell me about what time of day that was on that Saturday? Because I bring camp, because I work Saturdays and Sundays from 7 to 7, so I can bring camp on them when I'm not working.
Fortunately, I didn't look at my watch.
Even if it was like morning, afternoon, any,
Say midday, I might have to ask,
Okay.
I actually witnessed it,
Oh, okay, so do you know what time it was?
around 12 to 1, somewhere around
Okay.
there. Stuff right.
and again, was he by himself, at times that you've seen Boone, has he been alone? Have you ever seen any other of my dogs with him?
Only other time I seen any of the animals was when I brought Boone, the dog, back to the house on April 5th.
Okay.
It was the only time bringing him to the.
So any of the other times he's escaped, you've never noticed any of the other, okay. And then, when you brought Boone back, he never, he easily allowed you to touch him, grab him, he never turned his head to snap at you, nothing like that, right? He didn't show any wrestling towards you?
No,
He was after your dog, correct?
yes.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Oh, no.
I'm very, very sorry. That was,
Understood. He was,
Yeah.
it was hard to, it was difficult to restrain him, but I think he wasn't, he wasn't coming after me. I think, again, he was trying to go after my dog.
yeah.
My concern was my dog and what my dog.
Of course, mine would be as well, I understand that, but I'm concerned that, like, the first time I know of him getting out was that Easter morning incident that happened with you, which I work Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 7 a.m., 7 p.m. in hospital, so I leave early in the morning, so he must have literally gotten out right when I left for work, but in my dad, who's elderly, he's 85 years old, and has like all kinds of stuff, and AFib and everything, and you were calling him retarded. Like, that was horrible. So you woke her up. She's actually.
I'm sorry. You can ask questions, but we're not going, well, no.
Pertaining to the dog.
We're limited, we're limited to the actions of the dog and what was witnessed, and we're not going to be talking about people's behavior, because we're not in a hearing about people's behavior. So I'm sure there'd be time after the hearing for perhaps you to have a neighborly discussion about that, but this would not be the place for that. I'm sorry. So did you have any more questions?
My daughter woke up because of the screaming, and she's here, and she went, because my dad cannot, you're right, he cannot hold the dog back, absolutely cannot. And when you got him correct, she came out and got him right away. And my dog has recall when you call him, like, he doesn't, like, when you call, I wasn't there. And again, I apologize for that, but.
No, understood. I don't want to segue away from this. I had a lot of choice words that morning, a lot of F-bombs, and I'm sure a lot of my neighbors probably see me very differently, but that is a word that I will never use.
Okay, so it sounds like you feel badly about
That's correct.
the approach, but we need to, yeah, okay, did you have any?
We've already asked some questions, so.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
The question is she all set? No, okay.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, was there anybody else who wanted to come up and speak? Oh, yes, sir. Oh,
Mr. Swan?
and again, it could be something you witnessed or something that happened to you.
Hello. Full disclosure, we work together in Easton as well.
I work the town of Easton, it is,
I am town council for the town of Easton.
do I have to swear in, or?
Yeah, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Greg Swan, 286 Birch Park Drive.
Okay, will you raise your right hand?
Greg Swan, 286.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Right.
I just want to bear witness to what has been stated here tonight. I think the facts have pretty much been stated, but on Easter morning, lying, said morning to my wife, and I heard screaming, looked at my watch, it was 7:05 a.m., and it was like somebody's getting started early. And I looked out, and Mr. Beatus was out in the yard fighting off a large animal, protecting his smaller beagle. I went outside and helped him. And it was a dog I had never seen in the neighborhood before. It was new to me. I took Nessie away from Nate so Nate could get a hold of the dog, and apparently it came from across the street. This was all new for Jen from Brooklyn, and returned the dog to the house. The dog seemed to be curious and interested, but was also very aggressive. Definitely, I wouldn't say he was defending the property, but he was definitely attacking, I guess would be the best way to say it. But just to reiterate everything that Mr. Beavis had testified, that's what I witnessed that. The following morning, Monday morning, I walk my dog, right, 5:30, 5:45 every morning. I put my earbuds in, go around the neighborhood. I have my dog is a husky mutt. He's about 50, 60 pounds. I go around the neighborhood and I say, oh, and I hope that dog is, locked up, and sure enough, here comes Boone. Boone attacked me and my dog that morning, and they went at it for about 5 minutes. Brooklyn, you came out that morning, I believe it was you that got him, somebody from, it was either Jen or Brooklyn that came out and got the dog back.
When was this?
Right up at the end of your driveway.
No, what day?
It was Monday morning. And I don't know, it was probably around 5:30, maybe 6 a.m.
This Monday morning?
No, the day
Monday.
after Easter.
Oh, the day after
The
Easter,
day
I'm
after
so
Easter,
sorry.
That's April 6th.
Okay.
Around 6 a.m. I believe Mr. Pavita's witnesses, he was coming on his walk that morning and saw the end of it. Okay, the dog came at me, came at my dog. Ethan is more than capable of handling himself, and chased the dog back. They went at it for a couple of minutes. I was trying to keep the two separated because I didn't want to see the dog injured or hurt. But there was definitely some instigation.
So was your dog bitten, or were
No,
they?
Ethan can take care of himself.
Okay.
My dog can definitely take care of himself. It's a concern for me sometimes with the neighborhood. We try to keep him, chained up, and he does get loose from time to time, and it is a concern. He gets out twice a year, and he likes to go for a run.
Yeah.
We have had incidents with dogs in the neighborhood before, but we know to keep them apart, keep them separated. Kiki stays on a short leash. We try to introduce him to other dogs. He gets along with some dogs, other dogs, mostly male dogs in the neighborhood he was talking about.
So can you do me a favor? Can you describe that situation a little bit more, just to kind of piece it together? Because
Which, the morning after?
the Monday morning, because if you're saying that, because I just wanted to be very, very clear. So you're saying that you had your husky, it was at the end of her
She
driveway.
lives almost directly across the street from me. Would you say that's fair, Jen? It's right across the street. It's one and over,
Yeah.
maybe 100 feet apart.
Okay, but what stopped the dogs from interacting with each other?
Me.
Okay, so you got involved.
Oh, I was.
Okay, so go into that more.
I had Ethan in my left hand pulling back and pushing and kicking Boone back with the other one, trying to keep them from interacting.
Okay, so you had to physically get
Yes.
involved. It wasn't just a matter of your dog can handle itself. You had to actually get involved.
I had to prevent them, because I was afraid of somebody getting hurt,
Okay.
or now I have to go to the vet and I have to.
Okay,
call
that's
the police,
helpful.
And I
Okay.
didn't want, I have my feelings about the dog. I don't think that the dog is curious. It's the first time I've seen the dog in the neighborhood, so I know he's a puppy. But we kind of know where all the dogs are and where to keep it apart.
Okay.
Okay, this will be the second time I had seen this dog and trying to understand what it is. Understanding it was acting like a puppy, but it was very, very aggressive, okay? I'm okay if the dog gets loose, I have no problem handling it. It's the Villanuevas who live on the other side of the neighborhood who have a 12-month-old. They have 3 small children whose age is maybe up to 6 years old. Okay, and they ride their bikes around the neighborhood. That's what I'm worried about. Okay, for people and individuals who can't handle an animal of that size, as curious as it might be and as puppy as it might be, that is, you guys have responsibilities to protect everybody in that neighborhood. I understand why you like the dog. I would love to have a dog like that. Okay, and I'm not saying this, you have to be responsible for it. Okay, and that's just, I would feel awful. I didn't call the police that morning because I was hoping, I didn't want to jam you up. The members of your family came out and got that dog back in the house. Put him back in the house, he jumped over the fence, came out again, got him back out, and put him back in.
That was Monday?
I'm sorry, that same day that
That was Monday the 6th, right? April 6th.
so you're saying that same day?
Incident then.
No, I didn't report that incident.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
sorry.
excuse me a minute. So that same day that it got out and came after you and Ethan, your dog?
Yes.
somebody came out, brought the dog in, and are you saying it got out again?
Went right out the backyard, the back door was open, because I could see through right into your front door, right through the back door was open, the dog went right out the back, hopped over, however it got out the backside, I don't wanna speculate, came right back out again. I think it was your father. Somebody grabbed him, put the dog back in the house after they shut the back door. Okay?
So one family member came out the first time, and then the second time it got out, another family member came out and secured the dog?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
5:36, I think. It was probably closer to 6, because that's about the time Nate comes walking down. Nate saw the whole incident that morning.
And you saw that situation that he just described? Okay.
So you said the dog hopped the fence? Are you certain?
I don't know if the dog hopped the
No,
fence.
okay.
I just know that the dog went in the house and it came right back out
Right
from
back out.
somewhere else.
So somebody physically brought the dog into the house, and then it came right back out. Somebody else had to come out, physically grab it, bring it back in the house.
Can I ask a
That's
question?
okay.
So he did this is a secondary incident because he did do that with you. We gave the dog to my dad, he brought him home. My dad got him in the house, then he left. Yes, he did it twice now.
May I? On
I'm
Easter,
just
okay,
trying to-
no, that's fine. On Easter morning, Nate tried to hand the dog to your father. I watched this.
No, my question is, so he did that again, he went out again and.
Yes, he's saying the following day, he's saying the following day.
Right, the same
Yep.
after he got out again twice, so we're saying he escaped twice on that Monday because he technically
Yes.
came out twice.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna ask to be consistent, Greg.
Mm-hmm.
Was the dog ever focusing at you and trying to attack you in particular, or was it just looking at your dog?
I think he was coming after my dog.
Okay.
Most of the dogs in the neighborhood when they interact with.
And I just wanna state, that does not make it okay, right? But there is a huge difference, in my opinion, of a dog who is aggressive towards other dogs and a dog who is aggressive towards humans, right? And it's a big difference. It does not make it okay. So, I just wanna
Honestly,
be clear
I
about
don't
that.
know. The only reason I knew that the dog was there is I watched my dog's ears go up.
Yeah.
Usually when that does, I have to start looking around because there's something right there, and sure enough.
So once again, it was a stealth.
No, I think he was like, the dog just moved really quick. I was
Okay.
right in front of their house, and all of a sudden the dog was right there.
Okay.
You know, dogs move quickly.
My border collie is leash aggressive, right? And I have to keep away from all dogs, and when he moves, he's not loud. And, you know, he's very quick and very silent when
It
it
sounds like
happens.
a lot of fun, Frank.
He's rambunctious, just like the other ones, so, okay, thank you, Greg, appreciate it.
Did you have any other questions? Okay, all right. Anybody else have questions? Okay, thank you very much. And I think, okay, yep.
Okay, you know the drill. Will you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Scott Ray, I live at 247 Brooklyn Drive.
Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
So, for me, I witnessed the first incident with Mr. Kubi's son. Mary Ann, my wife, called me over and was like, hey, is that a coyote running down the street? Which I said was around like, late morning, early afternoon on that Saturday. And I looked and I'm like, doesn't look like it. So we kind of witnessed it. We were just watching from the window, didn't know what he was doing. And we witnessed Mr. Kubi's son riding his bike, heading around the corner, and saw the dog again come out and kind of, his son had stopped a little bit, and the dog came up, kind of up to him, kind of jumped up on him a little bit. I think that kind of scared his son. And then he actually he turned around, head back to his house, which is past our house, and we didn't notice the dog was chasing. So Mary and my wife came out the door, ran out the lawn, stopped the dog, and the dog did stop. And we allowed Chop to go by. So it did actually, the dog turned around, went back to his house. So that was the first incident I saw with the dog.
Was the dog, when he was chasing the boy, was he snapping or growling, or was he jumping and playing? Can you describe that?
It did not look playful.
Okay,
Somebody who's been bit by dogs a few times in his life, did not look playful.
okay,
So that's why we kind of went out and like, that's not playful.
okay.
We,
Okay, and did you yell the command once and
I think
it,
she just yelled stop.
okay,
And it stopped.
okay,
And turned around.
okay. Thank
But
you.
you were both looking and saying, this kid's in danger if we don't intervene. Is that what you were thinking, or?
Yeah. The dog not seen, like I said, somebody's been different a few times, I'm like, that does not look playful. Didn't attack him, didn't bite him, but
But
he was right there.
the one thing that struck me on this one though, and this is what tells me, it's not that I feel really bad for this dog. This dog's a puppy. But that dog responded to your wife. He stopped. And it seems like the dog is, well, untrained, but goes after other dogs and probably just wanted to play with that kid, but scared the kid because this dog is jumping at him. So then when he takes off, the dog thinks he wants to play. It just, to me, the dog just it shouldn't be loose in a neighborhood. Should not be loose in a neighborhood. Should not be there. These people are all terrorized. You weren't here for the last hearing. The last hearing, we had people in here, they were terrorized. You've got a whole neighborhood terrorized by this animal.
All right. Did anybody have any more? Did you have anything else you wanted to say,
No,
Mr.
that was
Bray?
like last Friday, didn't miss the dog.
Okay.
So just to be clear, can I ask you the same question that I asked everybody else? Did you feel like this dog was going to attack the kid?
I felt the kid was in danger. I did. Just through somebody personally who's been through riding bike as a kid and had a dog come and bite him.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
I felt like that.
Okay.
That was just my own personal.
And
opinion.
please finish your thoughts about last Friday.
So last Friday, I know that I got home after dropping our daughter off at school, which was around 7:30. I was just taking the trash out, and I did witness somebody in the yard calling for the dog, looking around, kind of concerned. So I kind of sat there for a minute, just kind of watching, because of knowing that the dog had escaped before. And then I saw somebody walking around the perimeter of the fence, and then I did see eventually the dog come running out, right across the street into the, close across the street, not the Swan's house, from Swain's house. Kind of went back in, I kind of went back inside, it's like, to get in there, just get into my house and kind of looked out the window, and then I saw the dog on our neighbor's lawn in our cul-de-sac. And then, not sure what happened, but then just did run back to the yard after that. And that's when we kind of called.
Did anybody have any questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Bray. Was there anybody else who wanted to speak? Did you
Yes,
have
you
any
have to ask her.
questions,
Yes.
Ms. Medios? Okay. Was there anybody else who wanted to speak?
I have a question. I know that it was discussed at the last meeting about how, I agree with it, that the board can't order the dog to be moved to another community. I mean, that's like moving them.
It would be like the bear that we
Right,
had. You
exactly.
can't relocate the bear.
What if the owner
Yep.
decided on their own accord to preemptively, they could find someone that was capable of providing the dog a good life?
We don't have- that's not-
We're gonna get into that,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
I got some questions around that.
But
No, it wouldn't be wouldn't be the town or the board.
I understand, but I think you heard our counsel read, once a determination is made that it's a dangerous dog, we only have these things that we can do. There's no reinterpretation, of that.
And just to be clear, we haven't made that motion.
We have
yet,
not made
so-
that
I got,
decision.
yeah, and I still have some thoughts on that.
Yeah,
Yep.
so.
So, and the owner can obviously, I don't know exactly what he said, because I had to step out, but,
He asked if, even though we can't have her relocate the dog, if we were to make that decision, could she relocate the dog and I said, well, that we can't order her to
Right.
do any of that, you know?
yes, the board can't make any orders. Obviously, owners can voluntarily do things that are beyond the scope of the statute. The owner can make a decision for herself, or himself, that is beyond, because we're not directing you to do something under the statute, if that makes sense.
Right, but
For the sake of this, though.
if we were to say it was a dangerous dog, we have not made that decision. And
Yes.
if we were to prescribe a course of action, at that point, could she still decide she was going to do something different?
She could do something extra, right? So if you made a decision to do X and it's within the statute, she could do something extra. Like, I am going to voluntarily suggest that I'm going to do training of XYZ. But we can't enforce those things. I have had situations, I'll just be perfectly frank with you, where the owner has decided to take a different approach that we wouldn't have the ability to direct, to order, and the hearing has been continued to see if the owner follows through on those measures. You know, so that has been okay.
But if she volunteers to do something, we have no ability to enforce
That's
what
true.
she has voluntarily said she will do.
100%, Laura Kemp.
But we do have the ability, if the hearing is continued, to then enforce additional restrictions up into the removal of the dog from the home if the conditions are not met, right?
Yes, you couldn't banish the home. I mean, we could impound the dog and euthanize it. We could order the dog be tethered outside. If they fail to respond, they'd come in for another hearing. If they fail to adhere to those orders, et cetera, et cetera. But in the case that recently just happened, there was a possibility the owner said they wanted to do something different. For example, they were going to give it back to their breeder, and the hearing was continued to see if that was in fact done, and the board did not make a decision. You're limited in your decision-making ability. The owner has all the control in the world to make different decisions.
But let's say the owner did not follow through on that promise. We would have the ability then to reopen the hearing and then put the restrictions on after the fact.
Yeah, as a matter of sheer fact, you just don't close the hearing, you continue it to a date certain.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be super nerdy just for the sake of just.
I love nerdiness, Joe.
Okay, I'm following down the script that we were provided.
Yes.
And I feel like we're jumping ahead. So because I have questions that I'm holding out on, and what we're supposed to be doing is going through all the witnesses. She has the ability to call the witness, then we close the public hearing, then we begin deliberations on all this stuff after the hearing. And for the sake of making sure we do everything right and by the book, I just want to say that's where I'm at. Because I have questions for the owner of the dog, and I want to get to that.
So how are you gonna close the hearing and then make it, because don't you have to make a determination inside of the public hearing?
It's literally written in the script that we were
Well,
given.
why don't we have Ms. Matiotis come up,
Yeah.
and then we'll decide how we want to proceed after that.
That's right.
Yep. I'm only saying it because we were handed it. I'm just following this.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I'm sorry, did you want to, I asked 3 times whether anybody else wanted to speak. Are you?
Yeah, no, it sounded like there was other discussion and questions happening. Are we looking to describe sort of impact to the neighborhood?
Yes.
Or is
Yep.
it just like?
Yes. No, impact to the neighborhood as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Then
Yep.
I'd like to say a little bit about that.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Rich Stewart, and I live at 318 Birch Bar.
Okay, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. So I just, I haven't had direct interaction with the dog, but, just wanted to kind of describe some of the things, like how it's affected the neighborhood and our enjoyment of the neighborhood. I think, clearly, nobody feels safe passing by this house. Before this stuff happened, all of our kids have all grown up together since they were, like 3 years old, in diapers and everything else. And, the kids are at a great age now where, they're just starting to get a little bit of independence. They can, ride their bikes around the neighborhood together. They go back and forth between the houses, can I want to go see if Logan's home. I want to go see if Harrison's home, right? Now it's like, rather than letting them do that, we're like texting each other back and forth, like, hey, you guys home? Can I drive down and drop Ben off at your house? Right? The kids are, they're saying, no, I want to ride my bike. I just want to walk down, this, that, right? And, oh, I haven't heard back from them. So now it's like, rather than pass by that house, because we have no confidence whatsoever that that dog is going to be contained. They've shown that the dog isn't being contained right up until this past week, right? Even after all these hearings have happened, they know what's at stake here, and the dog is still getting out. So, we're like sending our kids around the long way to go call their friends, or cutting through the woods, things like that. The kids just aren't free to go around the neighborhood the way kids should be doing, right? And my wife doesn't feel safe walking our dog past their house. I took the dog out for a walk the other day, like, I put a pocket knife in like now, to like, if this dog comes up, right, and starts attacking my dog, I don't want to be the next Mr. Simonelli who gets bit by the dog, right? And whether or not the dog is, it's going after another animal, right? Like, I get that, right? Like, it might not be seeking to interact and bite with me, but it did, right? And, to me, like I'm not gonna feel safe walking my dog around the neighborhood knowing that, that dog gets over the fence again, or under the fence, or around the fence, or out the front door, or out the back door, or however it's getting out, that, you just don't feel safe in the neighborhood. So,
Yeah.
I don't, like I said, I don't have any direct interaction with the dog. I hope I don't. And I hope that my kids don't, and the other kids in the neighborhood as well.
Anybody have any?
The only other thing I'd like to say, Jen, the owner, had stopped. My wife and one of the other neighbors were outside yesterday. She stopped and had said, hey, are you one of the neighbors that, and it wasn't like in an aggressive way or anything like that, but somebody had stopped and said, hey, you one of the neighbors that was worried about the dog, like, the dog's not aggressive, he likes to bolt, is the wording that was used. And, to me, like, describing it as just the dog bolting seems like either they're not, like, they don't see the dog as a threat, which to me gives me even lower confidence that they're gonna take things seriously and keep the dog contained.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stewart. Let me see if Ms.
Before you do that, Laura, I'm not sure when I stepped out, if Mr. Simonelli provided you with the photos. Did you?
I can.
Do you want to just
If
do
you
that
could give
before
them
you
to
close the?
Lisa, that
Oh,
would
I
be
read
great.
it, yeah. You
Yep.
want to break the second? I was
Just, she can show it to the board.
Oh,
and
yeah, that's
provided
fine.
he also show it to Ms.
Mediotis.
Maniotti.
Did you have any questions for Mr. Stewart? Did anybody have any questions for Mr. Stewart?
Nope.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So did we want to have Ms. Mediotis come up?
So just the photos.
Yep.
Which he's bringing up.
So I'd just like to say something about Mr. Stewart as well. I'm sorry, I believe that was his name. That is a direct impact to
Yes,
him
it is.
in the neighborhood,
Yeah.
right? So just because you didn't have a direct impact with the dog itself in question, I would have a direct impact if my kids couldn't ride around the neighborhood, right? There'd be, so, and then having that fear in the home place that you live is not an okay situation by any stretch of the imagination. So,
And I think
I'm sorry,
we heard from
you
Mr.
have to go
Bray,
through
and
that.
we heard from other folks with little people
Yeah.
that they are nervous about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't come to live in Hanson, so you have to like arm yourself to
100%. Yeah, 100%, right? And then, I'm sorry you guys have to go through that. That's not fun. It's definitely not fun for your children as well. And this happened right at April vacation, right? So.
They actually they told us at our last hearing that they kept their kids, all of them kept their kids in, and they drove to each other's house during April vacation. Instead of the kids being on bikes, they, were restricted.
So that probably drove you guys crazy too, because the kids were in the house probably most of the time, and, I know how it is, so.
Okay.
Were you able to find them?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, great, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So why don't you, oh, you sent them, yeah, just show them to the board. First, if you would show them to, here, I'll come over. Miss Matiotis, before you present them to the board.
Did you get them?
Miss Matiotis.
I have not gotten them yet. Oh, wait a minute.
There you go.
It's coming in.
Ms. Matiotis, you did specifically ask if there was any evidence that he had been bitten or his dog had been bitten.
These are pictures I wanted the police to take, but they didn't. They just recorded.
Mr. Seminelli, Ms. Matiotis would like to see those.
Oh, sure.
Come on, if you want to come on up here, we can look at them together before. So, sorry, this is.
Oh, true. Yeah, okay.
Really do.
So let the record reflect, there's one photograph of an index finger with a puncture wound.
Yeah, there's another wound right there in the middle finger, but yeah, that was that one. This is my leg.
So,
And,
it does seem-
right or left calf.
I won't take it out of order,
Left
but are we gonna
calf
talk
with,
to her?
Yeah, I think just look at.
kind of like 6 puncture wounds.
And this is my elbow.
Dates on that?
If the
Oh, yeah.
animal was
Like, that's
trained
from falling or
exercised,
bite, because like that,
do you think it'd be doing
like a
this?
dog bite.
That's a dog bite right there. That's what the police did. That's, well, police did.
Can we just, can we
I mean, the police did.
And you were tested for rabies?
can't be like this.
No, they just gave me a shot and
Yeah, do you have?
told me to see whether the dog was tested for rabies.
But you never looked in to see.
We wanted the dog officer to follow up on that, but we don't know what's going to happen to that, because that's what the police told me was going
Wouldn't
to
that be a
happen.
priority if that dog was vaccinated for rabies?
Wait, there's too much going on. So let's just look at the photos and then you can ask the questions, okay?
It's been 3 weeks.
Yeah,
There's my dog's leg right there.
that's your dog, okay.
Have the owner do it.
Right there.
And the record will reflect
So Lisa,
a dog with a shaved
April
spot.
13th was the day that it happened for Mr. Seminelli.
So the picture, it's dated April 14th.
So that would make sense if he took it the day after.
And so you have, well, according to this,
Okay. All right, we're still in the middle of a
Yeah, we have
hearing here. Just a reminder, we're just still in the middle of a hearing. Lisa just shared the pictures with us, Mr. Seminole. Yep.
Okay.
And those pictures were taken the day after the incident? Oh, the day of, okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, actually, the picture of the dog was the day after, then they didn't get the vet appointment.
Okay, okay,
until the next day,
okay.
So the day after was the dog.
Okay.
You couldn't get a vet appointment until the next day. Is that the VCA?
Oh, we're in a hearing right now.
Yeah, so,
That dog.
She's, all right, we've lost
Yeah.
complete control. All right,
Can we take a recess?
very brief. The hour is getting late here. And it's almost 10 o'clock. So I appreciate, that, and we can take a 5-minute recess. Rob, we're going to. Okay, and Ms. Matiotis, we would love to hear from you, if you don't mind coming up to the podium.
Okay, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yep, Jennifer Manuel, 223 Birchmark Drive, Mass. 02341.
Okay, and will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay.
All right, sorry. So, I think it's important to first tell you that, like, Boone isn't, like, a dog that I got that's this working breed that I saw on the internet, and I had some whimsical thought, let me get this dog. We researched him for a very long time. I had a deposit and researched his breed for over a year and a half. He was bred, I have all his paperwork for temperament, his mother and father, like, he was bred knowing what type of house he was going to, knowing he wasn't going to be a police dog. He has drive, but he doesn't have, like, they have other puppies that have higher drive, so we waited for him. That's the first thing, like, genetically, he wasn't a Facebook ad, I answered. Also, to say that I'm neglectful in any way, shape, or form, or that I don't take care of my dogs is, like, the most hard thing to say because they're my life. And he's my 5th dog, and these neighbors have no idea that I had a Malva Boone that died a year ago today. He was 4. And they have no idea because he never got out. We had a blizzard, and a huge amount of storm and ice, and my fence and my whole pool collapsed in my yard. The whole thing. My dogs are 10 and 9 years old. The oldest 2 are working breed German Shepherds who are huge. They're much bigger than Boone. And it's never gotten out anything. And because of the blizzard, I didn't even know Boone could get out. He doesn't dig. He didn't dig. What happened is I live in, like, a pond. So the whole entire ground shifted. My fence is no longer level. I installed this fence for my dogs, okay? So it was no longer level. My dogs used to have 24-hour access to the backyard. I had 2 sliding doors, and they could go in and out anytime they wanted to. They didn't have, my dogs don't even like being outside. They go out to go to the bathroom, they come back in the house. They're not outside dogs. When you talk about a kennel, putting him in a roof, all that stuff, like, first of all, he won't go out by himself. There's 4 of them. They go out together. That's why I just said he came home, because he's never alone. Especially if he has a sister who's like 2 months younger than him. He's always with her. So, like, I know that happened, and I know he got up from the fence on Easter. I know I was at work, and that was a mistake, and I apologize, and I feel absolutely terrible, and it's my fault. I own that 100%. They're right. It is owner responsibility. If he hurt someone, if he bit one of your kids, anything like that, like, I have 3 kids, I have 5 nephews, like, I would never want that to happen. Never. Ever. And, like, that scares me more than it scares them. And him getting out is scarier and more traumatic to my entire home right now than anything would. Yes.
Okay, you just said something very interesting. You said he has a younger sister.
See, I don't let them know what I have.
We're not, this isn't one.
Excuse me. No, excuse me, sir. I will get control of this hearing. I understand that it's emotional, but we are going to proceed. And
Please end this, please.
no, Ms. Mediotis, I'm sorry, I don't know what your daughter's name is, but she may want to leave the room, because we do need to proceed, ma'am. And this is your opportunity to speak. I'm going to ask you to try to, but no, you don't need to apologize to me, ma'am. No, ma'am. We're just trying to get to the facts, okay? And we need to hear your side, and so that's why we're persisting. So, okay, so you were saying, and we will have time for questions. Okay, all right, please proceed. Okay. So you were talking about the fence damage.
So I gave you guys pictures of his breeder, his mother and his father, and their temperaments, what they were bred for, from his breeder. Also, like, I'm sorry, I have no idea who any of these people are, because they've never spoken really to me except for the guy in the back who knows my family. But my breeder does have a clause, just like any responsible breeder does, that their dogs are not allowed to go into shelters. They're not allowed to, like, they take any dog back, regardless. All my breeders do. So yeah, the sisters, everybody, you can get rid of all my dogs and all their breeders take them back. That's just part of what good breeders do. So that's answer to that piece of, like, rehoming them. They don't care if they bite because they're canine facilities, they don't care what the history is, it's their dog, their responsibility.
Can I ask a question to that?
Sure.
Do you have paperwork that shows that that's the case?
It's the contract, yeah. I don't
Do you
know
have the
if that's
contract?
State to state, but that's,
But you understand that saying that is different than having proof of that being true.
yeah, I mean, do I need to get that right now? Like, I don't want to.
Can I assure you that that is a
It
standard?
is standard,
It is
even
standard.
with, even if it's not a purebred dog.
They would
it's
take
standard.
Trixie back
Even
if I had to.
Yeah,
So-
It's in my
even from
contract.
shelters, it's.
I also have, he can also be, get the permits of how to make canine dogs, will take him too.
All right,
There's
what-
a lot of
all
options.
right, but let's,
So the answer is you have a contract. Thank you. I'm asking the witness. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I really want Ms. Medeiros to get through her discussion, and then we can ask her question.
No, I know. She gave permission for me to ask the question. I just wanted to finish the question. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, and he's licensed, my birth chip has been, he was born in June 8th, we picked him up July 30th, he's lived with me every single day since he was 8 weeks old. Like every single one of my other dogs. Sorry, I'm trying to stay focused on business, my health insurance, he's covered under my health insurance, so that, I know that was questions I wanted to read that, were very clear that Boone himself has his own insurance that I buy, pet insurance, that has a behavioral contract, also, I gave you copies of that. He can cover there, he's covered under my homeowner's insurance, as are all of my dogs. And I gave you a copy of the policy, and also he's covered under my malpractice insurance, which is through CPHINS, which they have liabilities up to 300, I think personal liability up to.
So I got questions about that too when the time comes.
Okay, that's fine. So then, I don't know, like, do you want me to go through everything or do you have a question about?
Well,
When you're ready.
what have you got to say about what you?
Okay, I just want to tell you about him. Okay, I wanted to say that, so, my dogs, obviously I've had them for quite some time and nobody's really known what's going on because I am a very responsible dog owner. They're not barked outside, I mean, they don't do, I take very good care of them. It is horrible that he got out. I cannot apologize enough. I will reimburse, like, I'm responsible, I will reimburse you for whatever. Like, I just didn't know, I was told consistently there was no injuries, or I would have, you didn't never said that, I would have paid you guys. But that's not even the point. I do not want anyone's children to live there. I do not want my dog terrorizing the neighborhood. I know what that's like. That is why I have Boone, is because he's going to finish his board trade and I'm a therapist and he's going to be sitting in the room and not engaging for people who have phobias because I grew up like that. I know what that's like. And I would never want anyone to feel that way. So that being said, I have done everything I possibly can to prevent him from getting out. He got out because, like I said, the Fed shifted our homeowner insurance. We just got the check May 6th. And I can't even cash it because there's so many supplemental things, but we'll get that all fixed. I can't explain to you how badly my yard is trashed in the back. My entire in-ground pool collapsed inside each other. My father is, can I just say this, please? My father is 85 years old and has serious health conditions. He has nothing to do with the dogs. They're not registered to him. He can't take them, he can't hold them. Please, just, if he answers the door he's not supposed to, like, please, go. He's not anything to do with that, so please, it's my fault, my responsibility, and I don't know what I can say to let you guys know that, like, I don't want Boone out, and the times that I do have him out, and because he does have recall, but I guess that's really important for you guys to know this, is that, all right, Boone is a 10-month-old Malinois, so he's a brat, and he is jumpy and does all that stuff, all the Malinois stuff, like all my dogs did, but, like, if I follow him, if he let loose, he comes. If he listens to me, like, I mean, he's a dog, so I'm not gonna say all the time, if he saw a little dog, would he 100% probably not be able to get it? Yes, all of my dogs would. That's why I don't put them in those situations. That's why you have never seen my dogs. It's because I don't trust them around little dogs. Children, yes. Boone's not aggressive. He has never shown aggression towards people. And that's probably just misplaced, I don't know, but he's just not bitey, he doesn't snap at people, he's just he sleeps with me, he's just such a good boy, that's my biggest thing, and he's going to training. I had him certified by a behavioral analyst on Friday in Mashpee, and he's gonna be away for 8 weeks to the board training. When he's done with that, he's gonna be completely equal of all of the training stuff, so he has to pass basic obedience, or which the training called it. So he's gonna be doing training on that, and also too, I guess rumors are coming around, but I am working healthcare and in the hospital emergency room, so I am taking remote positions and travel work, so he'll be coming with me. So we're not gonna be in the neighborhood much longer.
What does that mean?
That means that I'm moving out of the neighborhood, we are leaving the neighborhood.
May I ask one question?
They mentioned it, so I'm like
Yeah,
clearing the rumors up and letting them know,
okay.
so people don't sit around here and want to just gossip about me, because that's what this is, right?
We're not, ma'am, we're.
No one's gossiping.
No one's gossiping.
We're just trying to get to the bottom of it.
We're just trying to get to the facts here.
The facts are true, it's true, like, the 2 times that I know of that went out is true, 100% true, I admit that, it's my fault, I feel terrible, I am so sorry, I feel horrible, if something had happened, I would never, but the thing is though, is like, I'm sorry, but it's not by chance that you were able to pull him off. It's not by chance he didn't just randomly, if he was been out, he didn't do that. Like, if you guys know anything about mountain laws, they don't just stop attacking. They just don't do a little bite. Like, they don't do that. He wasn't attacking. He does charge though. He does do that, but that's his impulsiveness. And that's why he can't be loose though. He can't, like, and he's not.
All right, so.
Let's talk about the fence,
Yeah.
okay? So your pool was damaged through the storm, and then as a result, the water.
No, the whole fence was, my whole fence, the trees came down, the whole, and plus the whole ground and all the snow melted. And Joe can show you this, tell you this, like, my whole fence and my whole yard is all holes and unlevel because I live in wetlands, so my whole entire fence is up.
Okay.
Unlevel because I have to get dirt. There's a lot of good.
I know this is hard, so focus on me for a minute, okay? So the pool collapsed and the water went out into your yard.
No, that's from the, no, the water's still in the pool, and everything went into the pool, but it's like a sinkhole, everything went in.
Okay, so it's
like,
an ingress.
so that's the pool issue, but no, what happened is, we had like snow that, obviously you guys all know how much snow we had, when that all melted, my backyard is like wet. I live in like conservation land or whatever, so it's like a swamp all the time. So where all that melted, it was so wet that the land like shifted, so it's not level. Like, so they put the fence in, if it makes sense, like, they put a fence like a box, but it doesn't stay like a box. Like, the ground has got all kinds of things. He doesn't have to dig to get out, it's just,
Okay, so then, so let me see if I'm understanding
we
correctly.
can't anymore because I put stuff up.
Was the shifting of the soil something that undermined the footings of the fence? Or did it just wash away the dirt underneath so he could scooch under the fence? Or both?
Can I speak on this?
Please, because I don't understand it.
So I was out there today, I think what she's trying to say is the backyard is very wet. It looks like
You can just get
the
over it.
water hit the property, so where the fence line is, there was spaces. I think I provided pictures.
They all are getting under it, my big 160-pound one is.
Wires.
Okay.
I think it's wire shelving kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Chain link fence.
Yeah, it was patched, like pushed in, and some of that does go like under the ground, kind of, so that there's not a space between the bottom of the fence and where the ground set. So it looks
Yeah,
like
we
it was
like,
probably like
we Mickey Mouse and zip tied everything, because we couldn't do anything
So
until
what,
we got the estimate.
okay, so when you realize, it's okay, so when you realize that.
You know, I was out
escape-
working, you. Sorry.
Sure, just let me finish, okay?
I know.
It's okay, I know it's really emotional. So when you realized he could get out underneath the fence, when did you take measures to try to secure that fence?
on Easter.
Yeah.
I didn't know he got out, I didn't know how he got out on Easter. I wasn't home, I had no idea. I just got a text at work. Like, the emergency kind of like goes through you, do not disturb. My dad saying something like police involved Boone, which I freaked out, so that was like at 8, and that's when I found out everything happened. But I was at work, I have no idea what happened. And at first, I thought the way he got out was, I thought he got, because they were getting through the pool gate for a while, so we had to like fix that, put some boards up so they couldn't squeeze into through the pool gate. So I thought he had jumped in, so I can tell you, it was set like this. Because he can't jump from a sit over the fence, but I thought he jumped from the table over the pool fence, and that's how he got out at first. So on the day he escaped with the leash, he was in the backyard, and I had one of those long leashes on him because we use that to train him, and I didn't know he could go. That's how I found out how he was getting out, because I physically saw him, and my son hopped the fence immediately. I mean, my son's a big kid. He's 6'3". Probably took him what felt like 10 minutes to get over the fence, but he was right behind Boone because we were there. He was outside with us on the long leash, and he just got him. He just could go so fast, and it was shocking at first, like you said.
So you saw him go under the fence?
We saw how he was getting out,
And
yeah.
after you realized that,
Yep.
when did you take measures to secure that part of the fence?
Oh, there's been all kinds of stuff, but I don't trust any of the fence at all. I would never let him ever. Like since the day Easter happened, he has never, my dogs have not been allowed outside free access to the backyard anymore at all. The doors are shut at all times. That has changed. That's never happened in 10 years. The doors aren't open anymore. So they have to be let out physically by a person. The sliding doors were open, and we have those Amazon insulated doors. Joe saw them, and they can just walk in and out both doors and have the whole backyard, and it always worked for 10 years, but puppies worked, everything just worked. But once I realized Boone got out, those doors are never allowed open, and Boone gets tied on a leash because they all go together at the same time, and they go to the bathroom. I am always out there usually with them because he's on a leash, and you can imagine how that would get tangled up with all of them, so I'm out there, and there's always, and then they come back in, and that's it, and then I end up,
Okay, so, but...
I would never let him free without being tied, I guess is my point.
So
I don't
when
trust him.
you found out on April 5th, that was Easter, that he escaped, so then you decided, okay, this is not secure,
I
so I'm
talked to
gonna
Joe,
take
and
measures.
Yep.
But then he did escape the following day,
That was
right?
my fault though, because he wasn't tied. That was my fault. He was not clipped, he was not on the rope. I didn't 100% know. Like, I thought because he wasn't near the pool, because my pool's way over here. He got out on the back other, okay, so my yard's huge. My pool's way over here. He got out on the right-hand corner of the house. He must have spotted you and your dog and just like gone for the dog. And because he had a mission. And he's right, he didn't bark or anything. It was so fast, it was really fast. But my son did react fast, and thank God he was there 100%. But again, all of this stuff is a chance, like we do take precautions to make sure, like Boone doesn't go free. He would never be gone and missing, and we wouldn't know. Like, I have ring cam on my dogs when I'm at work all day long. I have like 6 different views. Everyone at my work watches them.
He got out then again on the 13th and then this past Friday.
No, he didn't get out this Friday. I don't even know what that is. This Friday, I'm sorry, I was all confused. No, yes, this Friday he didn't get out. That was my fault. I did that. The people coming to inspect my house, all 4 of them, it's not even funny, but all 4 of my dogs got out. It was like a free-for-all, and I called Boone, and he came right back to me. Like I said, he has recall. He got loose, and I said, Boone, and he comes back to me. So I was outside doing something to help. I had the pool open, which never happens again. It was my fault. I don't even know why Boone was unhooked. I can't even tell you why Boone was unhooked, but I can tell you something right now. Boone, those sliding glass doors do not open without Boone being hooked.
Okay. But you can understand why there's concern that
100%.
once you found out, then there were still 3 other incidents where he got out.
Yes, absolutely, and 100% yes. And I will completely admit to that because that is my fault. I didn't, I will, like, now that I'm thinking of it, I'll be completely honest. I didn't, in my mind, which does it make me irresponsible? Though, any of my dogs, if they got out, I would respond the same way. It would be 911. I would go crazy. I would be work to go get any of them. You know what I mean? Like, the same way. But do I overly worry about Boone escaping more than the rest? No.
Okay.
But now, yes. But, I mean, before that, no. And like I said, he doesn't dig. He doesn't do anything like that. So, like, I didn't really know what was really kind of happening, a lot was going on. It's my fault, a lot of it.
Yeah.
It's my fault, and I just
So, can you describe, you have 3 other dogs, and four other dogs, 3 other dogs. And there are 2 German Shepherds and a Malamute.
I have 5, but Loki, my other one passed away.
Okay.
This time last year, he was the only 4.
And can you describe what types of measures you take to train those dogs and what experience you have in that area?
Yeah, I mean, I've owned 5 working dogs. Loki was a Mal. And yeah, I mean, I have experience, but I knew with Boone, like when he got to a certain age, because the programs that he's going to, they don't take them till he's a year old. And he's not a year old, they want him to be a year old, and they have that basic obedience and stuff. And he does have basic obedience, and he did well, and they agreed to take him, so that was like a huge thing for me. But
Where did he do basic obedience training?
oh, he just has this, I taught them, like, it's like basic, like sit, stay, and
I see.
and the other thing too, I just want to make very clear as well, and I think, like, just so you guys know, like I said, my father's 85 years old, I have 3 kids, I have a million people in and out of my house, like, these guys will tell you, there's a million people in and out of my house. My dogs have never once gone out or escaped through any of the front entrances, because they're trained not to do that stuff, like, they're trained not to do that, so, like, they are, and I'm working with Boone on these behaviors, that's why I brought him to a trainer, that's why I'm putting him in the boarding train, because the dog reactivity stuff, I don't want him doing that, that's scary to me, I don't want to be walking my dog and have him go after a little dog, because my other ones do that and they can't leave the house, you know, I don't want him doing that, you know, so, and he's a more energetic and not so more than the other ones, but like, I want to nip it in the bud, so, like, I have a lot going on right now, so let somebody else tweak him, because you know, and with everything going on, it kind of made sense, you know, have him go away, and when he comes back, and again, I want to say that, like, you guys are welcome to knock on my door anytime. The kids are welcome to meet any of my dogs anytime. They're not children aggressive, they're not people aggressive, and I don't want anyone to be in fear of what is behind that house and those doors and those barking. And I do have all these huge, big dogs that they don't bark. They're not, like, he's never gotten a call about my dog. So obviously I'm not, like, an irresponsible dog owner. Like, they're my life. They're the reason, they're my life. They saved my life. I love them more than anything in the world. It's besides my kids, obviously, but
So,
yeah, like, if anything happens to Boone.
and you got your check for your homeowners to repair
I
the
did.
fence. When is the fence repaired, or are you intending on repairing it?
The fence is not repaired, and I have a contractor, who has been my contractor, but he has to stop the job, and he is gonna do it all. Like, he's gonna repair the fence and my biggest concern, to be completely honest with you, is the big gaping hole in the middle of my yard, because I'm afraid something's gonna fall into the hole, so I need to get that pool, like, there's just so much, and it didn't give us much for the estimate, so I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to get done, but the fence I can fix, like, I was talking to Joe, the blocks that I got for the kennel, like, those would have been perfect if I had known, like, I don't know this stuff, it's just me, I don't have, like, there's no God, I don't know this stuff, and my dad's, I don't know this stuff, I would have put those cinder blocks all around my whole fence around the bottom, and he never would have gotten out, because now I put 2 or 3 in front of the pool gate, and then he can in the pool, so if it had been that simple, but like, I don't know, I don't want anyone to feel bad for me, but I keep in college and work 2 full-time jobs, and I just, I tried, and I feel terrible. I don't want them to hurt anyone, and I don't want that, and I don't want them terrorizing the neighborhood, but I want you guys to know that he is so sweet. If I thought he would bite a child, I wouldn't own him. I put it that way. Like, if that dog ever showed any type of aggression towards a child, if you couldn't walk up and take a big, huge bone out of his mouth, I wouldn't own him.
I guess I need to know a little bit more specifically what the timeline for you fixing that fence permanently is.
What do you mean by permanently? Because I don't, according to everything I found out, there is no like permanent fix because they can get out no matter what I do, they can still dig out, I guess. So.
I understand from Joe that there's some like metal fencing that's securing the under part, right? Are you intending on replacing that area of the fence and filling it in because you said he wasn't a digger, right?
Being completely honest, I'm intending on moving with him as soon as I get my travel position and stuff. And my daughter's just about to go to school. My son graduated this weekend, so college, so and my dad. So my plan was not to have to put any more money into that house.
Okay, so that's all right. I'm just trying to get the information. So
I can't afford to pay for that. I'm sorry. I don't want to be confused.
yeah, no, I understand. So the intention is you can't put more money into the house, including the fence, but your intention is you're going to move away from Hanson and take a new position. Is that okay?
At this point, what should we be doing? I mean, we're in the middle of a hearing.
I mean,
So did I put some stuff on the record? Because I want to ask my questions.
Well, are you asking them of her or Kate?
Whoever. I just want to get it on the record because the insurance situation has me troubled at the very least. The insurance doesn't cover any of this stuff. It's at all.
It's just health.
So it's health insurance for the dog. It doesn't do anything. And I am very much concerned that if she got this CPH insurance, which I also have for my malpractice insurance as a therapist, it says very clearly.
What is CBH, Joe?
CPH.
CPH.
It's just an insurance company.
Oh, it's like an
Yeah,
insurance company.
it's, yeah, counselors we all use them and my company has a deal with them, so I get it for super cheap.
Sorry.
Long story short is, very simple clause that says that if there is incidents with it, and this is typical for any insurance that you try to get, you can't just simply say, I'm gonna get insurance now, knowing that there's all these things out there. So I wanna know if this insurance that was not provided to us, but was mentioned over here, actually is not done fraudulently. Because what I'm afraid of is that the insurance that was provided to us it says it very simply, it's defined right here. It says, neglectful behavior, it does not cover neglectful behavior as defined as intentional actions or lack of appropriate care by you or anyone in your household, including organized fights or activities related to training, which result in injury or illness. This does not include injury or illness caused by an act of domestic violence as long as the pet parent cooperates with us during an investigation. She doesn't have health insurance. She doesn't have liability insurance. So,
Kate, procedurally, we're in the middle of the hearing. She's supposed to be giving her, are we able to move to deliberation at this point?
If she's voluntarily left and is not going to provide further evidence, we have to base our decision on the evidence before us, right?
Okay.
And that is with whatever flaws there are.
She's.
Okay. So.
Are you guys going to know how to know?
Okay.
Oops.
So, all right, so, I just want to make sure procedurally, we're not going to do anything that we're not supposed to be doing.
Yes,
And, this has been quite a lot to unpack here. All right, so, we have had all the witnesses, we have, yep.
I learned a couple of things here tonight, and I just want to bring it up, is that she says that she has Boone's younger sister
there's another dog that's a Mally in that house. It's possible that the dog that approached me wasn't Boone, it may have been the younger sister, on the day after Easter.
Fair enough, yeah.
That's all I was getting at. I didn't want to, like, that was news to me. I didn't know that there were two Malleys.
Although I don't think I don't think the vet records or anything indicate,
I don't think she got specifically.
There's 3 shepherds, there's a white shepherd, 2 white shepherds rather, and odd-colored shepherd is dark, 1 Malamute.
okay, so there's only one.
The sibling is the dog that's the same age, that's a white shepherd.
Oh, you're saying she's calling it a sister, but it's not the same breed, it's just, okay.
That's all I wanted to just make sure.
Yep, no,
I just wanted to make sure
yeah.
that we're identifying the same dog.
That's a fair point.
Because if there was a younger puppy.
There's 4 dogs.
4 dogs in total.
And she doesn't have, it doesn't appear that she's gonna, yes, Mr. Stewart.
I just wanted to add in, you know, and it's unfortunate that Jim left, but, you know, this idea that no dogs have gotten out from that house in the past is a complete falsehood. My wife was chased by one of the white dogs, I don't know, maybe 3-4 years ago. She was out jogging. She was chased down by that dog. The dog would not leave her alone. She ended up like throwing a rock at the dog and then like sprinting home crying.
Fair enough, and I think we did mention at the last hearing that we can't talk about any of the dog other than the dog we're having, but you're responding to something that she said, and I get that, yeah.
And our neighbor right next door, Amy Price Cobb, she was cornered by one of the other dogs as well, and I actually came out that day because I heard her screaming outside, and, you know, and I came running down the street yelling at that dog to get away. And, you know, the dog finally did retreat. But this is a pattern. And she keeps on saying that, you know, like, I'm gonna do this, it's my fault, you know, I never let the dog out without it latched. It's nonsense.
Yeah, so I agree, and I'd like to be able to, following the procedure, to either close the hearing so we can go into deliberation.
But he just was responding to her comments, which he was allowed to do. So the next thing that I was gonna do was to close the hearing. I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, now we can begin deliberations.
Yeah, Madam Chair? Let me try, go ahead.
Do we need to motion to begin deliberations?
No, just begin
Okay, all right, I didn't think so. Yes, please, feel free, Mr. Melissa.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it was a lot to unpack, right?
was
I
a
mean, so, and, you know, I was not here at the last hearing, I'm sorry. This is my first meeting, fortunately. I mean, I see that she does take, at least from Boone's vet record, she takes pretty good care of Boone, right? He's been to the vet, he has all the shots. Is he registered, or all the other dogs in the house registered?
He's not registered.
He's not registered, but I don't think he needs to be registered
No,
right
he
now, right?
does not.
3 dogs were registered.
Okay.
Yep.
He had not been registered at the time I checked the first incidents. And he hadn't been there for the required time frame of getting registered.
Okay, and the situation where she was describing her fence and her yard, that was an accurate depiction from what you saw in the property?
Yeah, so I tried to provide pictures of the.
They're in black and white, so they're kind of hard to see.
We're deliberating this, isn't that witness? Isn't that those witness questions?
Technically, what you're doing there is taking new evidence.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep us on the straight and narrow here.
A couple, I mean, I think it's important to note that although she has said that she feels bad about it, I think that the pattern is that this continues to happen. And we still have a neighborhood who's feeling terrorized by this and also feeling insecure about the owner's ability to address the concerns, the underlying concerns. And my major thing that I've got going on is, we had the hearing, okay? We declared the dog dangerous, and we sent a letter on the 29th, which she received. And in the letter, we said, you must do the following things, and it articulated all kinds of things that needed to be done. And based on the pictures that Mr. Kenny took, none of those things were fully executed, none of them. And the dog escaped again after that after we sent the letter. So, you know, you know, I don't know, statement that she's moving and, you know, that she wants to put the dog in training and all these other sort of things are probably all well-intentioned and perhaps may come to fruition, but perhaps they may not. And I feel that we need to act based upon the facts we have before us, the cold, hard facts of what has been done, what have people been subjected to, and I didn't really hear anything from her that changed that.
Didn't give me any warm and fuzzies, that's.
No, yeah.
And not to mention, like, I mean, think about the impact to the community here. Like, I cannot imagine, like, losing a dog, right? I love my dogs, but realistically, like, you guys pay taxes in this town. Your kids ride those bikes. You want your kids to be safe in the town of Hanson, right? And and this dog is putting doubt in your minds that you guys can enjoy your neighborhood like you should be able to enjoy.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to sound cold about it, but it's.
I am in 100% in agreement. The fact is, and they're not all here, you guys are here, but your wives aren't here, but the looks on the faces of those people, they're terrorized.
I can only
They shouldn't
imagine.
have to worry about their kids, right?
I know some of their wives from different
I know.
sports around town and stuff like that. I can imagine what, you know, what the feeling was, so.
My question is, all right, so dangerous dog, we declare that we want the dog euthanized.
Well, can we have?
I don't know, I'm playing, can she, in the meantime, send the dog back to the breeder? Et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, so.
Is that illegal for her to do?
It's not illegal for her to do. What would happen is, you would make whatever decision you make, and she could take whatever action she takes. It's not illegal.
Okay.
For her to take a different action. And then the question is, if the dog is no longer in the neighborhood, would you press an appeal? You know, like.
She may appeal.
But she would obviously appeal, and then would you press a defense, I should say.
So, may I ask another question? So, if we determine that this dog is dangerous, we order it removed from the house and euthanized, and she gets rid of that dog within a certain number of days, do we have the ability to go back and, like, let's say she donates it to the Plymouth County Sheriff's Office, do we have the ability to go back to that decision?
Once he's declared dangerous by you, it's on the record.
Okay.
There's, and nor would there be a reason to declare it undangerous if that's not the appropriate word, but.
I just didn't know if the law said that if it's a dangerous dog, but if we donate it to, like, the sheriff's department, if the court would still look for that dog to be euthanized. No, we can't do it, but if she gave it away to the sheriff's department, right?
Right.
The law says we cannot relocate a dangerous dog if we, well, we can't, but, like, I'm just looking at the formalities here, like, if the Plymouth County Sheriff takes it, that is relocating the dog after we've determined it to be dangerous.
We just can't banish it. Like,
We can't ban it.
The question.
So I can't say, go to the Plymouth County Sheriff's Office, right? Like, that's just not, okay.
Well, there's two separate things. What you do when you leave here is up to you as a citizen. But in terms of what we're deciding right now, we have these options.
Okay.
That's it. And that's all we're determining.
Okay.
And I feel like I wish you was here to answer some of these questions because you were going down the path. I was curious about whether or not she has the financial, this is the rock and the hard place we have. Dangerous dog, the thing's marked forever. Based on what she was saying to you, she doesn't have the financial means to be able to do any of the things that needs to get done if we were to take a different path.
Right.
And that's tragic because I feel for her. She's clearly got a lot going on. And in addition to that, I don't believe that she actually has valid insurance. So we couldn't even, I don't even think she could get insurance if we needed to, because there's nothing here. All I see here are things that are gonna make her lose her house if someone sued her. So I don't.
You're referring to the insurance provision of, you know.
So it says, part 4, it says she has to get the $100,000 liability insurance. She gave us homeowners insurance, which that doesn't help.
Right.
And she gave us health insurance that specifically defines negligence in there as the reason why we're here right now.
Right.
So unless she has that third type of insurance, which again, I've owned dogs my whole life. My first one was a gold lab when I was younger. My last one just recently passed, and that was a Yorkshire Terrier. I know all about this stuff too. I don't believe anybody just because they tell me they can give a dog back.
Correct.
Show me, I don't care about anybody else's stuff. Show me what you have, because you're telling me you have insurance, I don't see insurance. You're telling me you have the backyard figured out, it's not figured out. So I can't sit there and say that you're gonna give this dog back, because nothing that's been presented thus far makes me feel like, with all the best intentions in the world, that somebody else isn't gonna get killed or hurt. And that's really what we're here about. We're not here about
I have to be honest with you, I really don't care what insurance she shows us. If I was living in the neighborhood, that would be cold comfort if my kid was gonna be tackled or my dog was gonna be tackled. Oh, great, I can go after your insurance. I don't really care.
Well, I care in a sense that if we were gonna go down to one of these other paths, again, I don't know what we're going off until we go into deliberation. So if the will of the board was to go down a different path, the question I have is, are you even eligible for any of this stuff without being fraudulent? Because you cannot get insurance when there's an active issue going on.
That's an excellent point.
That's my concern about the insurance. I don't want it to protect these people. I want it because the insurance company is gonna make her do X, Y, Z, A, B, C, everything else to make sure that dog does not get out of,
Let's say
or they're not gonna insure the dog.
And let's just say the best worst case scenario, right, is somebody gets bit in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
And they find out that she fraudulently has this health insurance. That person can't even pay their medical bills. We're lucky that it's, no matter what it is that's tragic, but if it's, I'm not waiting for the worst to happen.
No.
It's as simple as that. So, I wish she was here to answer some of these questions, because maybe it would have persuaded, but unfortunately she decided to walk out.
So I think as a fundamental, is there anything else like critical that people want to get out there? Because we're at the juncture where we need to make a determination about whether
I made a
it's
motion
nuisance or
last time, and I'll
dangerous.
make it again this
Okay.
time. I move that the dog be euthanized.
Well, the first fork in the road is dangerous or nuisance?
Dangerous.
Okay, and do I have a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all right, now the next, did you have something you wanted to mention?
No, about Ann's question about.
No, my thing is, I think that we have to deem the dog dangerous, so we need to say that the dog needs to be euthanized. What happens after this?
That's my question.
Is-
Can it go back to the kennel
She can,
and not be?
this is what we have to do.
We can't make it
Yeah.
happen.
I hope what happens is she finds either back to the breeder or goes to the Plymouth County.
But that's going against what we just told.
No.
No, that's what I'm asking.
We're
That's what
doing
I'm
our
asking.
determination.
I can tell you,
And then
if this was
Kate
me,
said,
I'd
We
be,
tell her,
that dog would be out of my house and back to the breeder.
I know. Absolutely.
That would-
if we tell her the dog needs to be euthanized, can these other options happen?
As Kate said, she can take action.
Okay, I just want to make sure of
He
that.
wants
All
to
right,
do.
so,
But just for clarity of the record, Frank, did you second that
I made,
motion?
I
so
made
did
the
you make the
motion.
motion?
She
Okay,
made the
so
motion, you seconded.
I second, well, I made a motion, I didn't second it, so I'm sorry, so I would have to make a second.
shall we try that again,
No,
folks?
wait a second.
Oh,
You're deeming the dog.
Dangerous.
Dangerous, correct.
That's the motion.
Yes.
That's the motion,
Yeah.
which Ann made, and did somebody want
Frank
to second
So I
that?
can second it, yeah.
Okay, amazing, all in favor?
Aye.
Amazing,
Okay.
okay.
Before we
Please,
go down
Mr.
that
Weeks.
path, there's nothing saying that we can't make this person do all of these
Correct.
things simultaneously.
Correct.
We were under the impression last time that this dog had to get euthanized. So I think that we make them do all of this because in the meantime, this stuff is gonna keep everybody protected.
That's what we sent in the
That's what we
letter.
did last time.
That's what
Yes.
we did the last time.
No, as a temporary fix, like.
That's what you did last time.
That's what we did the last time, that's what the letter said.
The letter itself said in that 2-week time frame. Yes, I remember that these were the mechanisms that we were gonna have in place, because we had the whole conversation around the dog being muzzled 24/7 and all that other stuff. Like, I understand all that. So these aren't temporary recommendations. This is, because I don't know, again, same conversation we had last time. They could go to hearing. We kind of predicted this was going to happen. There's going to be an appeal, going to go to court, they're going to ask for an extension. They're going to, this dog's going to be on this property for the longest time. These are all things that are permanent, not just from the transition from this point until the dog gets removed from the house. Like, no time limit on this stuff. Like,
But the timeline is, euthanasia is a timeline. I mean, it's like, after the 2 weeks,
It
the
could take
dog's
a
either
year.
gone
Oh,
or
it could
euthanized.
It could take a year.
It could take
It's
a year.
20 days to appeal to the court.
Yep.
So in that time, I mean, I think I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is at a bare minimum, let's say all of these things have to be done, so that if she appeals to the court, at least we know if the if the, being euthanized is in question or whatever, or that's what she appeals to the court, at least at the bare minimum, all these things she's been told she has to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again.
Yeah. I just want her to know, or them to know, the question that I have. If we as a board say euthanasia, that doesn't mean euthanasia. That means she can return the dog to the breeder.
Those are two different
We cannot
things.
say that.
What do you mean?
We
We're
can't
not,
say that.
we're not in a
But if
position.
we tell her, she's gonna think we're telling her, you need to euthanize your dog.
Which is what we're telling
Which is
her.
what we're telling her.
Yeah.
But you're telling us that she can bring the dog back
But
to
that's
the
not
breeder.
our job
Yeah.
to tell her that.
What she does on her own time, above and
Yeah.
beyond,
See,
is
that
what she can
should
do.
not appear in our
That makes
order
no
in
sense
any
to me at all.
stretch of the
But
imagination.
that's
But we're not her legal
We
counsel.
can't,
We're not-
we
yeah,
can't
we're not her
control
lawyers.
what people do.
No.
We can
Does it
only
make sense
the
to you?
orders we can make.
Clearly.
We're following Massachusetts general law, Ed.
So I know that. I wanna say, that, but
Okay,
I
can I
just want her to know what her options are.
I have a question, Kate. So if they go back to appeal, she goes back to appeal, would they put a
And
pause on?
clarification, it's 10 days.
Okay, so if within 10 days she goes back to appeal, let's say we put all these restrictions on her, would the appeal apply to all these restrictions, or would the judge go, in your opinion, would the judge go through and be like, well, we're just gonna hold off on the euthanasia portion of it and all the other restrictions still apply?
So what would happen is we immediately go into court and we say, for the interim, while this appeal is pending, she has to take these measures to ensure the safety of the
Okay,
neighborhood.
that makes sense. Okay, awesome.
Okay, and then what happens, which is what my 100% of my experience is in courts, the day before they say, I'm gonna ask for an extension, and it's 99% of the time granted, and then 6 months down the road, we're in the same boat. And then when that 6 months comes up, I'm gonna ask for another extension the day before, and then we're kicking in another year down the road, and then in perpetuity, we just have these extensions that are happening. That's what I'm trying to fight against. So, can you have extensions?
There's always extensions that you can get in court, but our order is in place, they're just not gonna euthanize the dog, so whether or not she complies is a different story, right? I mean, we can get court orders, you can issue orders, we can get court orders, you know how this works even in building. Then they don't comply, then you go in for a contempt, then all of those things happen, right? But for now, I can say, we can, if she appeals, we can say to the court immediately, we need these things to happen to ensure the safety of the neighborhood. Or we could, if we don't have a lot of faith, which, to your point, she had the order for many, many days, we could say, we can take the dog, but we don't have a kennel.
Do we need a kennel okay, if the 10
So we'll have to reach out to, where is the kennel that
Can't take it to Lakeville.
Lakeville?
I just want to level set, okay?
Yeah,
We take the dog. She has already stated she's in a financial quandary. That means the town is gonna be taking on a financial burden for a dangerous dog.
I know.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Seminelli had his hand up, and then I'll, yep.
Thank you. I'm just curious, that set of regulations that you laid out that she must do before, who's gonna police that? Who's gonna make sure that she does those?
Well, that's why we had Mr. Kenny go out and document what had been done based on that letter that we had sent. So it would be a combination of Mr. Kenny and then, to the extent you're permitted on the property, which it seems to be happening. And it would be in her best interest to be cooperative in that regard. And so that, I don't know if that, and Mr. Kenny, what were you gonna say?
So I was gonna say, when they appeal that, they have the right to appeal any decision you make.
Of course.
So they have 10 days to put any of those into effect or appeal them. So technically, her not having that dog doing any of those until court, once it's appealed, doesn't have to happen. So if she appeals that, she doesn't have to walk the dog on 3 foot in appeal. So that decision hasn't been made, it takes it out of your hands.
I see what you're saying.
If, in my experience with this, less than euthanasia typically doesn't get appealed, right? It might not be met, and then it goes back to you guys to make that decision, and it goes down that road, but it's less of an appeal in 6 month waiting times and maybe a year out,
I
right?
mean, that's a valid point, but she's already told us she doesn't have the money.
Right.
She was already told to do this and did not do it. The dog has escaped since she was supposed to do it. So
My concern is when she appealed this, that threw out that order. So when we remade an order, what you guys are saying she didn't do.
No, I was just talking about, it not as a legal matter, as just
Right,
a.
I'm just saying,
yeah.
as a legal thing, she's
Yeah.
not bound to that, so I
No,
can say you need to have this dog on this, right? And at that, there's fines that we can associate with this stuff for not meeting requirements, but other than that, it's gonna be appeals and go to that. So
I brought up the letter only because I think it shows intention. And what I'm seeing is, I would be having a heart attack if I got a letter like this from the town telling me that my dog was gonna be euthanized and that I needed to cooperate and tether it, and I mean, I would be having a coronary about it, and I certainly would have taken, at the very least, these steps in an effort to demonstrate responsibility and accountability, and that my neighbors would not feel in peril.
Yeah, so I agree, I'm just trying to make it so that it doesn't get put into appeal.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying is, in my experience, the most likely scenarios to be appealed is usually when you get euthanasia. And I personally think that this dog does need, you know, as I said, I agree with it being deemed dangerous, and I agree with everything up until euthanasia, because that stuff is usually met faster.
What's your,
in my opinion.
I was gonna ask Kate what her.
I mean, the frustrating part is we can't ask all the questions that I wanted to ask about what her intentions were and why she didn't follow through, to your point, on the order. Obviously not the euthanasia part, but at least to ensure that the dog was secured, right? So I'm left a little bit disappointed with that, because I was really trying to drive at a solution as opposed to cross-examine her, and I'm trying to do it delicately. But, you know, Joe is 100% right that typically these aren't appealed if you take the lesser measures. Typically, the owners are like you, Laura, and wanting to ensure that more severe measures aren't applied, do everything in their power to rectify it. Here, there may not be, it may not be a lack of will, it may be a lack of resources that prevent that, but it seems unlikely that she's able to do the things that are necessary for securing, except for maybe muzzling and tethering, because those are inexpensive.
Mr. Hill.
I'm just a little bit confused about what she has done since this. She does tether the dog, bringing it out to the kennel, is that true?
I'm confused too.
And the kennel is new?
The kennel is new, isn't it?
And the wire
But the kennel is
fence along the-
insufficient and not built to spec.
Right, but the kennel is new. It's not like she's done nothing. I guess is what I'm
Yes,
saying. She
the
has
kennel
done the
is-
tether, She has built a kennel, and she has attempted to strengthen the dog going under the fence.
Sure.
So it's not that she hasn't done anything. I'm not disagreeing, but I'm
She did not do the things
No.
that she was asked.
sufficiently in any way.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I mean, she did say she doesn't have the resources and she's by herself and it sounds like she's got a lot going on and I do want to acknowledge that, but I don't think it changes, you know, and it's not that I'm cold-hearted. I feel for this woman. I think that there's, you know, there's a lot going on. But I step back and where I'm coming from is we have to think of the greater good here. We have to think about it, you know, one person wanting to own a dog and loving a dog can't be more important than the impact that is having on the neighborhood. I'm just one gal's opinion, but
I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
So we already have we already have a decision that was made.
Yes.
And I guess my $1 million question right now is anybody here feeling in any type of way that we should lessen or remove any of the recommendations of the previous vote?
I would love to, but it would be irresponsible of
I
us
agree.
to do so.
Right, so I would just, so for the sake of it, I'm gonna put the motion on the floor that we, re-up the recommendations that we have already made. And again, it goes without saying, it's with regret. It is not the animal's fault.
No, it's not.
And it's been very clear, especially during the witness testimony, when she took full responsibility for her actions and did not deny any of the things that were going on. And it is very tragic that an animal that is 100% dependent upon its owner is the one that is reaping the consequence of this. I am hoping that before anything happens, this dog is rehomed in an environment that can actually provide it the oversight and the financial resources needed to have a healthy and thriving life. We, unfortunately, are stuck in a really bad spot. And the dog cannot remain in that neighborhood, and we don't have any other recourse. So my motion is that we re-up all of the recommendations that we had already made, and that's that.
Do we have to be super specific about what we're doing?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
We need to list, so Joe, I think, what you're saying is,
No,
that
it's
we
in the
want
letter.
to have each of the options that are listed, under the options that a hearing authority has, that the dog be humanely restrained, that the dog be confined to the premises, that when removed from the premises, the owner, shall be, of the dog shall be securely and humanely muzzled and restrained with a chain or other tethering device having a minimum tensile strength of 300 pounds. And I don't want to skip over the locked pen because there's a lot in there. But that confined shall mean securely confined indoors or confined outdoors in a securely enclosed and locked pen or dog run area upon the premises of the owner or keeper, provided further that such pen or dog run shall have a secure roof. And if such enclosure has no floor secured to the sides thereof, the side shall be embedded into the ground for not less than 2 feet, and provided further that within the confines of such pen or dog run, a dog house or proper shelter from the elements shall be provided to protect the dog. That the owner or keeper of the dog provide proof of insurance in an amount not less than $100,000, insuring the owner or keeper against any claim, loss, damage, or injury to persons, domestic animals, or property resulting from the acts, whether intentional or unintentional, of the dog, or proof that reasonable efforts were made to obtain such insurance if a policy has not been issued. Provided, however, that if a policy of insurance has been issued, the owner or keeper shall produce such policy upon request of the hearing authority or a justice of the district court, and provided further that if a policy has not been issued, the owner or keeper shall produce proof of efforts to obtain such insurance. That the owner or keeper of the dog provide to the licensing authority or animal control officer or other entity identified in the order information by which a dog may be identified throughout its lifetime, including but not limited to photographs, videos, veterinary examination, tattooing or microchip implantations, or a combination of any such methods of identification. That unless an owner or keeper of the dog provides evidence that a veterinarian is of the opinion the dog is unfit for alterations because of medical conditions, the owner or keeper of the dog shall cause the dog to be altered so that the dog shall not be reproductively intact, and that the dog be humanely euthanized.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay. And I know this is hard, and when we say in favor, it's not like we're doing it with joy in our hearts, but all in favor?
With regret, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah, thank you for hanging in there. Sorry for the late hours. All right, motion to adjourn, second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Sorry, who was this?